Ukieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Gbo, Manazo, or Ukieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Adaye aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
RTV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. We're very glad to have you today. Itches and Voices is a program brought to you by NAPFID, Network for the Advancement of People with Disability, a non-governmental organization here in Benin City. And today we'll be diving into the conversation on sexual and gender-based violence. This will be the beginning of a series that we'll be having on this program. And to help us do justice to our hearing impaired community, we have Goodluck Omosi as our sign language interpreter. And for our guest for today, we have the incredible Ronke Ojekere. Welcome very much, Matu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, viewers.
Thank you. And to dive straight into our conversation, we'd like for you to tell us what you do to stand the ground for the conversation.
Thank you very much. My name, as introduced, is Ronke Ojekere. I'm the initiator of Society to Heighten Awareness of Women and Children Abuse, a non-governmental organization that is recognized by the United Nations. I'm also a member of the Edo State Gender-Based Violence Management Committee. We work on issues centered around the vulnerable persons, women, children, the youths, and the elderly.
Oh, that's amazing. And you said you help. Is it just on sexual-based violence?
No. We do everything that concerns GBV. We do things that concern empowerment of young persons and adults. We work on advocacy and awareness creation. We go into communities, we sensitize and educate the populace on the general well-being of everybody.
Okay, that's very beautiful. And first of all, I'd like to ask, based on your experience so far, what would you say is the current situation in our country based on sexual and gender-based violence?
People normally ask me whether I think GBV issues or sexual and gender-based issues are on the increase or whether they are on the decrease. Well, I would say thank God for programs like this. People are now aware that they can come out and speak up, and that they will get justice. The days of silence, you know, silence is what has actually played a dominant role in why many people have not been reporting. But right now, with programs coming up and people going into the hinterlands to talk to children particularly, we have taught them that they shouldn't be afraid to come out to speak up when things happen to them. So now there's an increase in awareness, there's an increase in reportage, there's an increase in a follow-through. Because people who come out to report, like we know, most times they are reporting, but do they really want justice? Many a times when we start off cases, you find that they chicken out. One, because they feel there's going to be stigma, they feel there's going to be blaming and all of that. Then they look at the issues of culture and tradition. Yes. They also look at the issues of religion. But since we have this constant awareness creation, what we do is we go into the rural communities, we go into places, and we educate the heads, community heads. So those community heads now do know that cases should not be settled in their palaces or in their homes using goat or fowl to appease the gods. We always say to them, let justice be the one to tell you whether the man is guilty or not, or the woman is guilty or not. So by and large, at least people are beginning to have faith in the justice system. You know, we have also been able to tell the DPOs at police stations that things are not, especially sexual and gender-based cases, are not supposed to be settled in the police station. Sexual and gender-based issues, we all know, are criminal offenses. Yes. So if you do the crime, you must be ready to pay for the crime. So we have that increased awareness, and so children are coming out, they are speaking up. Parents themselves are no more agreeing to being compensated for rapes and all that. So, and then with the VAP law in existence, so now it's now simplified. So everybody now can tell you. They may not be able to tell you the sections per se, yes, but at least they know that there is a law binding on this, on whatever it is they are reporting.
Okay,
yeah.
wow. Thank you very much for that. And also, let's dive more into persons living with disabilities. You mentioned about how societal, they try to most times settle cases in maybe community halls and in palaces, and not want to bring it to the appropriate place where justice will prevail. So I want to ask, in your experience too, have you worked with like persons with disability that came to report sexual and gender-based?
Absolutely, yes. Okay. Because you know that inclusivity is one thing, yes, that we preach about. And when you say inclusivity, what do we mean? We are adding everybody. It's not just the abled. We are looking also at the persons living with disability. Have I worked or have I had issues where I had to intervene with people living with disability? Yes, a lot of them. I have had sexual cases where persons living with disabilities have been raped. I have had persons living with disabilities come to make reports on gross domestic violence. You understand? So they know, that community knows that when anything happens to them, with networks like yours and DonorPid, you know, they know where to reach out to people. Even if they do not know, the heads of the networks know who to see and who will help drive their cases. For me, for example, my organization covers the entire Edo North, and we have cases that come in from Edo North of persons living with disabilities who have been raped, who have been who have been who have faced one form of domestic violence or the other. Very recently, we had a case that came up where the person who was living in disability was being maltreated, and the deed of everybody working in that space, of everybody working in that space. So if you cannot handle it, you know who to go to, and that person, if that person cannot handle it, they know who to go to. That, like I said, the community heads have done a lot of good, because even them, many of them are educated people, thankfully. So they know what the law says concerning issues like this, and they know that they must not settle cases in their domain. So by and large, we will continue to see more reportage, but whether or not, like you were asking me, do I see a reduction in this thing? No. We will continue to, it may not be in my generation, it may not be in your generation, but we will continue to see more reportage, and we will continue to see improvements in our laws, and improvement in having people come out to speak up, because your voice actually is your trump card.
Wow. Thank you so very much. We've been having an amazing edition so far, and I've been learning so very much from what Ronke has been saying so far. But we're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue on the conversation. Thank you. Back on that very quick break, we'll be continuing on our conversation. And Ma, you made mention of partnership within organizations, and people knowing if they can't solve this, they know who to reach and what to do. So I want to ask, who, like, when you're referring to a case or solving a case, does it stop at your center, or what's like the process that it goes through, and some other ministries, or should I say societies, that work with you guys?
Like I said, we are an organization, and we work with the police.
Okay.
For cases like rape cases. We cannot handle rape cases, so we work with the police. We work with the Edo State GBV Center. Okay. We work with the ministry. Okay. For in case we have sheltering to do, we work with them. We work with network like yours. You know, we have our partners, we have our referral pathway. Depending on the cases that we are handling at a particular time, we know where which case is going to. If it's from the local government, we know how to channel the cases from the local government, and then it trickles down to the state. But one thing we know is that we cannot handle it all
alone. Yes.
Once you have that behind your head, that listen here, you can't handle this case, the best thing to do, rather than keep the case on your table and let it just be there and you are not making a headway, push it out and let somebody who is best. The line ministries are there. We have Ministry of Justice, we have Ministry of Women Affairs, that is the umbrella body of many of these issues. Then we have Ministry of Justice for the justice thing. We have the police. So when cases come, especially criminal cases, when they come, we just push it out. We push it out and let the appropriate line ministry or organization handle it.
Okay,
yeah.
That's beautiful. And still talking about persons with disability, would you say that the experience is different when handling a case for an able person and a person with disability, or you say the response you give and the way you handle the cases, are they the same, or there's a difference when it comes to handling cases of persons with disabilities?
First thing I do is, the person living with disability, is that person a human being? Yes. Once you have that person is a human being, then the next thing you do is, depending on that form of disability. I have had somebody with hearing impairment, right? And although I do not have a sign writer or anybody, but I noticed that one person that came to me was watching my mouth as I was talking. And then I know that that person was
write.
educated to an extent. So what did we do? I don't have a sign writer who she'll be looking at, so I brought out a jotter, and I first told her on the jotter, this is what I am going to be doing.
Okay.
And I explained to her that she shouldn't be afraid that her report is going to leak somewhere else. I want her confidence. And I now said to her, please tell me your story. And then she told me her story, and I wrote, and she read, you know. And when it was like I wasn't getting what she was saying,
yes.
you could see that.
Yeah, the look on her
That
face.
resentment. No, this is not what I said. So I said, okay, explain to me again, and she did. Right. I have worked with the visually impaired. You know, and they had a guard, and I was talking to that person with the middleman interpreting. But the most difficult case that I have had was somebody, I can't remember, was she, I think she was both, either deaf and dumb, or you understand. So it was pretty much difficult. And the person who brought her to me also had limited, you know, so it was, but many a times we've been able to get, if not 100% success stories with it, we've been able to get maybe 60%, which is also a pass mark. You understand? And many still come back. You know, many still come back to say what is happening and how they have been able to move on and all of that. But one thing I do not do is I do not express sympathy. I don't do it like, oh my goodness, no.
Can you share more light on
what I do is, people will say, is this woman human? Why would she say she's not sympathetic to the... Yeah, no. What I do is, I hear you.
Okay.
I understand what you are saying. I feel you. Okay. Not, oh my goodness, I have noticed in the course of my interactions, even with the abled people, you know, I have noticed that when you start telling them, oh my goodness, and you start feeling sorry for them, you know,
it might affect the
yes, so I make it easier on my part to be able to say, listen here, I hear you. I understand what I understand what you are saying. I do not say I understand what you have gone through. It didn't happen to me. So I cannot understand the kind of trauma that you, but I understand what you are trying to say to me. Don't worry, you'll get justice. We'll see to it that we'll put all hands on deck to ensure that things get better for you. Yes, those are the kind of things that I'm more empathic than sympathetic towards issues like that.
There's actually a difference.
Yes.
So on cases when people come with AIDS, how do you guys ensure that the communication is like for real and sincere? For instance, if a hearing impaired person or a speaking impaired person comes to report a case, most times they come with aid. How do you guys ensure? Because I think we're talking about a case where somebody said they were doubting if the person speaking on behalf of the person with a disability was actually sincere. On cases like that, how do you guys solve or attend to matters like that?
If the person who is reporting has some level of education, many times I want that aid to just sit back. That's why I say I have a jotter, and we write. Even if the person's tenses are not correct, I'd rather have that person. Yes. It is only when that person is visually impaired that I will now rely on what I'm being told. But many times, those people actually come with people who have a genuine interest at heart. Yes, that's what happens. But many times, I don't see people who come with them as people who are not genuine to their cause. I don't see them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that makes more. And then we'll be asking, I'm talking about the stigmatization and the social attitude towards these cases. Have you guys experienced a case whereby some people had to bring a halt to the whole process because of the stigmatization and societal attitude towards their case?
I had somebody who came to me and said she had reported a case, and whoever she was reporting to said, you will be like this.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I think that person was just being flippant. But you're not happy, say, person touch you. And I was moved. Although I just sat there listening, because like I said to you, I never like to show, you know. And she was telling me, no, that she felt very bad. She was now thinking, is it because I'm like, ma'am, you know.
Actually.
But it touched me. It touched me that I'm like, can people be so insensitive? Somebody is reporting a case to you, and you are saying, you are not even happy that somebody put you in the house. You understand?
Yes.
But I could not judge. I was not there. I don't know the person. The person who was reporting to me was neither, this one just had movement impediments and all of that, and it was a bad case, you know. Yes. But at least she was still correct. She was intelligent and all of that. So, and she was telling me, and she said, no. So I said, no, don't worry. It's going to be a different ball game. So I always say to people, if you are not cut out to listening with people with disabilities, do not for any reason go into it. Because the last thing they don't want is being reminded of their disability.
Yes, well, thank you very much. It has been a very exciting program today, and on this topic I wish we had more time to go more into it. But ma, before we'll be rounding up very soon, is there any short message you want to pass out to people at home on this topic?
Well,
very quick one.
People living with disability, know that you are not alone in the fight. If anything happens to you, reach out to somebody. If that person cannot help you, that person will reach out to somebody who will also reach out to you. And if you do need assistance for anything, you know where to go to. If you don't know where to go to, just talk to somebody.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, ma. It was exciting having you in the studio today. And by the way, remember, this is NAVIG Network for the Advancement of People with Disability, and our office is at 34 Arosa Street off Sankwamba Road. In case at any point you need to reach out to us, you can come to our location. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Remember, this is Itches and Voices. Until next week, spot a itch and be a voice. Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí. Ìwọ̀n ẹ̀wà àwọn ìpínlẹ̀. Gbajúmọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Gbajúmọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. it is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, Thomas Hobbes once said life is short, nasty and brutish if there is no government, and it termed that the obeisant pattern of life, and life becomes chaotic where there is no government. We look at the theory of the state and of course how democracy came upon us and how it started bringing dividends of good governance, and it is upon us as a people, as a country, to continue to deepen the practice of democracy. And we will be looking at the Electoral Act amendment for 2026, which the president not quite long signed, gave assent to. My name is Philip Omo Gyukmo. This is a beautiful opportunity to say welcome on board with me on a fresh discuss of law and you, where we always elucidate concepts that look shady before you. But this is just to arm you with your rights and duties as a citizen. And of course, I have a legal luminary with me in the studio, and he is Emmanuel Obakwalo. Big thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
It's a delight being here. Good afternoon.
All right, well, let's look at the backlash. Let's look at all that transpired in 2023, if we are to take a walk down memory lane. And of course, also look at the opposition politicians, that barricaded the National Assembly alongside the civil society activists, demanding that there should be a mandatory course for the bill then, seeking for the transmission of election results, at real time. But that seemed not to, go through. Of course, we are having some setback, in respect of the amendment not sinking in that direction of making it mandatory that election results must be, transmitted, at real time. What do you see about the implications for this, looking at our democratic, outlook?
To my mind, we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. It's what I can refer to as civil rule or military rule garnished with civil flavor. That is what we are practicing in Nigeria. Because if we are to go by the spirit and letters of the Constitution, as provided for in Section 14, subsection 2, that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria. Sovereignty. Now the question is, where is the sovereignty that belongs to the people of Nigeria? That sovereignty can only be manifest when the people of Nigeria elect who becomes their leader or elect who governs them. That is when that sovereignty. At the point of the election or electing who becomes who governs the people of Nigeria, it simply means that the sovereignty that the people of Nigeria has, they donate it to whoever will rule them. So while the person rules them, the person becomes the servant of the people of Nigeria. But what we saw in the drama that just ensued, where Nigerians took to the streets in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where they demanded for just two things. One, electronic transmission of results. Two, at real time. And the legislature, whom the executive manipulated Nigerians, wherein they choose election could be transmitted electronically but not at real time. And even at that, there's a caveat in section 3, in section 60 rather, subsection 3, that and what is the caveat? The caveat is that there could also be what do you call it now? The manual process. Manual collation, yeah. Collation of results. So you now discover that Nigerians want a situation where they can't govern, they can't elect rather, who govern them. But at this time, those who are at the end of affair now choose to tell Nigerians that, look, we have both the knife and the yam. And as such, we are going to lift the government above the people of Nigeria. And indeed, they just manifested it by lifting the government above the people of Nigeria. Wherein they refused, flagrantly refused, that they were not going to give the people of Nigeria what the people of Nigeria want. So vehemently, they took charge and now placed a caveat in line with what the Nigerians demand. What did they do? They succeeded in doing is you take one and we take one. And the essence of all of this drama we have seen in the electoral act just signed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is that they gave room for manipulation. And that is what they tend to do. And already we saw it, they tested it in the Federal Capital Territory Council election, where we saw a lot of drama. Yet they said that INEC is prepared. But once upon a time, we were told in this country that NCC told Nigerians that they have 93% network coverage in the whole of this country. If we can have 93%, it simply means that we have 7%. Then we can improve on the 93 to get the 100%, if that should be the issue, why that caveat was put in that law. But they refuse because they see it that it is not just the PO, the presiding officers during the elections, they will be controlled by those in power. We have already seen it, but again, it is a very terrible situation that Nigerians have found themselves. It shows that we don't want to improve in this country, and it shows that they just now, who are at the end of affair, just want to remain and stick onto power till God knows when.
But let's examine this constitutionally and logically. The implications is what we're about. Now, for the very fact that there's also an opportunity to bring about collation of results manually by virtue of the fact that it was not cast in stone that there must be, transmission of election results, at real time. It was even stated as real time, by the, Electoral Act. But the 2026 Electoral Act amendment is already done. By this, does it override the fact that there wouldn't be transmission of election results electronically?
Yes, that is just what they have succeeded in doing. But at the close of the day, it does the Act suggest that? Yes. Is that what you're saying? It gives a window if there are issues for the electoral officials to fall back to manual collation. It doesn't close the very fact that it can be transmitted electronically. So is that what the Act says? Mr. Philip, you know that what really opened the eyes of Nigeria to make that demand was the judgment of the Supreme Court in the last presidential election. In INEC rules, guidance and rules, it was stated that elections will be transmitted electronically. But INEC, the same INEC, at a point in the legislative National Assembly elections, nothing happened to the transmission of elections results electronically. It was the presidential.
Okay, but as at that time, it was just a rule.
It was a law.
It wasn't having the backing.
To my mind, it was a law.
Okay.
INEC rules and regulation is a law. It is not mere cosmetics.
But it was tested in
Yeah, it was tested in court, and the court said it is not cosmetics.
Exactly.
That is not a law.
So we can't go by that.
And that was
by virtue of that experience.
Yes, and that was what made Nigerians to say, okay, if it was a mere cosmetics and not a law, now we want it in the law. We want it to become a law. But again, we saw the caveat. Now, what that simply means is that the PO, that is a presiding officer, will be the one that will determine whether or not election results should be transferred electronically or manually. So the question now is
taking us back to where we were.
Yeah. So who controls the PO? How do the vote the electorate?
I don't want us to really look at this like we are being political about it.
No.
But I want us to disabuse our minds from the happenings in Nigeria or the experience in Africa, where some will say that, well, those who are in power are power drunk, and so basically we want to, run the office of that they occupy, towards personal aggrandizement. But away from that, can you see the good that comes with the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment?
I cannot see any good with it. The reason being that, in the words of Lord Akin, he said, and I quote, "Power intoxicates. Absolute power corrupts absolutely." We've come to witness in this military rule garnished with civil flavor, where one man controls everything. One man has made himself a demigod. That is the president. The constitution so gives the president so much power to the extent that the president of Nigeria can turn a man to a woman or a woman to a man. That is what the constitution provides for. And the president we have just now has taken advantage of that. We are seeing a lot of drama, decamping here and there. They want to infuse Nigeria, they want to force Nigeria to become a one-party state. See, not until Nigerians begin to elect who governs them, we are not going to make any progress. Yes, those in power will be telling you they are making progress. Why? Because they remain in power. So they are progressing. But what about the majority of Nigerians? Are the majority of Nigeria feeling? Are the majority of Nigeria experiencing? Are the majority of Nigeria witnessing the power, the progress that we are making? Yet, it is said that the people of Nigeria have sovereignty. It is the people of Nigeria who donate their power. Which power did the people of Nigeria donate? What power do they have to donate? When the people of Nigeria cannot elect, who governs them? So, that is why we are saying that caveat was the master stroke. You don't put a caveat in a law. We are going to witness another legal tussle.
Okay.
And wherein the courts again will be tested whether or not who wins election in Nigeria. It's still going to go back. We don't want, Nigerians say we don't want a situation where it is the court that determines who wins an election for us. We Nigerians want to determine who wins an election. But here we are again. Matters will still go to court. And the court will interpret it in their own wisdom. That will now seem to be another drama. And Nigerians will begin to shout. Why is it? So we Nigerians wanted a situation where we will not have, where even a layman can interpret the law.
Thank you.
In the language that is ought to be. But just now, we are faced with another form of interpretation.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel Obakolo. Well, he said the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment never came with any good. But we're going to be taking a short break. And after which, we're going to test what he just said. Don't forget, the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment is already a legal document, but it's also a factor by which we're going to be testing the transparency of our elections and how credible the elections are. And basically, for the citizenry to build trust in the electoral umpire INEC, it's important that we look at this, with a microscopic eyes, critically, in order to, dissect and analyze all of this. My name is Philip Omo-Gukmo. We'll take a short break. I'll be coming just shortly. Let's look at this 2026 Electoral Act amendment. A lot has been said concerning some good it came with. We understand that, you know, the electoral official could suffer jail sentence if sensitive electoral documents are not, you know, released by the resident electoral commissioner, for instance. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't think that's, Mr. Philip, let's be realistic.
And of course also which falls on the autonomy given to the electoral umpire in terms of, you know, the financial ability to be able to carry out their budget without any unnecessary, you know, hiccups, as that has been increased already. And then we also look at the, you know, campaigns, the rules, the laws guiding the, you know, financial limit at which campaigns will be done by various candidates. That again was also increased. The limit was also increased. I want you to look at this specifically. Would you say critically that this Electoral Act amendment didn't come with any good?
It didn't. Let me tell you, Philip. They tested the Electoral Act 2026 as amended was just tested in the FCT. We saw a situation where the FCT minister declared restriction, not INEC declared the restriction. The FCT minister declared the restriction. Is that not a flaw on that law? And himself that declared this restriction was moving up and down. After having said before that day that those who support President Ahmed Bola Tinubu should just go and vote, that they should leave the rest for him. So, what good has the Electoral Act come with? We are going to see another flagrant abuse of the law.
What about the ability to upload their voters card for the new registrants?
What if they tell you that there is no network? As they are already conversing. That is what the problem is. Because they've given themselves the room. INEC told us in the 2023 presidential election that there were glitches. We are going to see another form of supersonic glitches.
Are you saying that as being a pessimist?
Because I am saying it because of our experience.
Okay, so which means there is this lack of trust.
Yes, already. And I see it. Why, if I may ask, why the caveats? Why the excuse? Somebody argued, some of the politicians now who are in power, who are enjoying themselves and their family, argued that, oh, Nigeria, even in the so-called superpower nations like the United States of America, elections results are not determined at in real time. Can't Nigeria start it? We saw in Kenya.
Nigeria is a developing country.
No, but we saw in Kenya, a developing country.
Though not underdeveloped.
Where the courts, the judiciary, gave opposition judgment in their favor. Even when there's a sitting party. We saw it in Kenya, but can that happen here in Nigeria?
But do you know that it's a huge gulf? Because you made mention of the American polity. Do you know that it's a huge gulf looking at the American polity and that of Nigeria comparatively, because they've gone developed while we're still being developed?
And what is the meaning of developing?
In the process.
In the process. So in the process we can bring something new and showcase to the whole world. And the whole world can learn from Nigeria.
It's a far cry to pace it with the American polity. That's what I'm talking about.
That is
what, in spite of this, there are still some rooms for the American polity to also, you know, look into another alternative outside transmission of election results electronically. If they can do that as a polity that is being developed, aren't you sure that this is what the lawmakers also saw and needed to, you know, avoid anything that would bring about an ugly incident in the nearest future? Don't forget, we are a heterogeneous people. We have different cultures, different languages, different people trying to come together as one Nigeria. That could also be the reason, logically, why it has to be panned out in that direction. I want you to speak on this.
In America, 50 countries make up America. 50 states make up the United States of America. With different cultures.
That could be the reason why they didn't cast it in stone. So that again could also be a reason why the Nigerian government should also be very careful in rolling out that in the Amendment Act.
In America, they conduct electronic voting. Can we do that here?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we will have another opportunity to really brainstorm on this. Big thanks, Emmanuel, for always having time to discuss with us whenever we call on you. There's a much you can take on Law and You. I'm Philip Amo Gukmo. We'll see you on the next one. Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or dragging on both sides, you cannot. You cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
I want to
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. And I'm your uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Alaw. We are still in the glorious month of Ramadan, the 9th month in the lunar calendar, in which Muslims worldwide are observing the fast in line with Allah's command as contained in the glorious Quran. Today we are looking at the topic kindness. Kindness. To take this vital topic, I have with me in the studio, close to me on my left, is Ustaz Ishaq Masood. Salam alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening, Malam Nuruddin Asonoge. Salam alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam. Salam alaikum, viewers.
Alhamdulillah. Now, we are looking at the topic of kindness. Let me start with you. What is kindness? What is kindness?
Kindness is an act of being compassionate. It is not doing for others what you would want to be done to you. Rather, it is placing others before you.
Yeah.
It is for you to be solicitous, for you to demonstrate love and empathy towards people who especially are in a disadvantageous position, people who are in a state of despondency, people who are miserable, who are desirous, so to speak, of assistance. And you do that not necessarily running on the wheels or flying on the wings of reciprocity. You do it like a passage of the Quran would say, they have practiced out of kindness without anticipating that this person who are the beneficiaries of this kindness will have the capacity to say thank you. Their voice have become so enfeebled that even when they were to express gratitude, it is not powerful enough to be heard by you, because that is not the desire for which you have shown empathy, you have shown compassion towards them. You are not in the least bothered.
Thank you very much. That is very good. Ustaz Harun Umar, Malam, Ustaz Ishaq Masood. You see, in Ramadan, one is bound to falter because the hunger is not easy to actually bear. Can Allah forgive us? Now, kindness.
No.
Being compassionate, placing others before you. I'm trying to quote him.
No.
You show love and empathy. Particularly towards those who are at disadvantaged position. And without you,
flying on the wing of reciprocity. You are not expecting payback. It's not okay. I'm giving you this so that you can give me contract. I'm giving you this so that you can give me your daughter's hand in marriage. Just do it for the sake of Allah. No. Now we are in the month of Ramadan. What is the relationship between the month of Ramadan and kindness?
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ramadan is a month of training. It's a month of training that every Muslim has to undergo some spiritual and thorough evaluation about his life for the rest other months that is ahead. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala specifically chose the month of Ramadan because there Allah revealed the glorious Quran to our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to be a source of guidance for mankind. That is why it says, "Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran wa bayyinat min al-huda." So the revelation explained explicitly concerning what is called kindness, and the Quran, which is the book of guidance to mankind. Allah says, "Zalika al-kitab la rayba fihi hudan lil-muttaqin." So if we look at it, Ramadan, the month that Allah revealed the Quran, is now telling us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the glorious Quran, one of the chapter, Surah Al-Isra, Allah said, وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّهُ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. So Allah said he has mandated man, or make it obligatory on man, that man has to worship Allah alone. وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Your parents, you have to be kind to them. No. You see, if it is not only in the month of Ramadan alone that you have to be kind. You necessarily have to be kind all other time. But the training in Ramadan makes you to do what? To know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want to institute, they want to internalize in man act of kindness. No. That whenever you do that, he is the one that is going to do what? Is going to pay you back. And anything you do in the month of Ramadan, you are having a great reward for it. So kindness is something that is defined in different ways. Even the Prophet ﷺ says, Al-Ihsan, which is kindness, is for you to worship Allah as if you are what? You are seeing him. That means that somebody that is showing somebody compassionate, somebody that is showing somebody love, somebody that is showing somebody, he is not doing it for anything, for any gratuity or any payback, but he is doing it because he is now mandated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He should do that. So for that reason, he is seeing it as if he is worshipping his creator by obeying his commandments. Wow. So if you look at Ramadan and the kindness, they are what? They are things that Allah wants to use in straightening man so that he will be able to come out to be what? To be muttaqin. That's somebody that is conscious of Allah.
Alhamdulillah. So the month of Ramadan and kindness, act of kindness are related. They are related. Raja Sonoge, I'm coming to you again. There's a particular surah in the Quran chapter 107 or so, referred to as act of kindness, where Allah belittled your act of worship without concentration. If you do good to be seen, especially if you refrain from act of kindness. Please tell us about this surah and tell us more about the act of kindness and more about the act of kindness that is recommended in this month of Ramadan.
Yeah, thank you. The surah you referred to, Allah began by saying, "Woe unto those who pray." If you were to stop at that point, you run into serious issues to say, why would he? Isn't that contradictory? That he will order that people pray and at the same time curses those who pray. But the verse that precedes it explains what Allah meant, which was to say that the prayer is empty, floating in the air, finding no base, no anchorage, if it does not transmute into act of generosity, act of kindness. So he says, woe unto the one who prays, who does all of that wanting to be seen, vainglorious, and is not involved in act of solicitude, in act of generosity towards the orphans and the less privileged in society.
No.
When you relate that to the month of Ramadan, what is the overall objective of the month of Ramadan? Allah says in rounding off the passage of the Quran that introduced Ramadan to humanity, he said the objective is that you gain Allah's consciousness.
Wow.
When you become conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what does that translate to mean? It will mean that you know Allah for whom Allah is. And one of the things you needed to know about Allah is that He is a Rahman.
Allah.
And so when you know Him for who He is, it will mean that there is a studious appropriation of that attribute that is Allah. And you become a communicator, a purveyor of that same attribute in your relationship with others. Because that which you have appropriated is like a resource. Until and unless the resource is used in a way that recapitalizes it, it becomes a dissipation of effort, acquiring what does not ultimately multiply itself. It only gets multiplied when it is given a pragmatic expression to. And so because Allah is a Rahman, the one who is merciful, the one who is kind, when the month of Ramadan enables you to gain the consciousness of this, you become a practitioner of that which you have gained knowledge of. And so that becomes the nexus connecting one to the other. When we are in this month of Ramadan, for example, that we are, it's a special month, like he had said, a month where you are rewarded differently for every act of good that you do. The reward is different from what it would have been if it was done in ordinary month. Now, if one were to deepen the practice of it, which of course is required, because this is basically what the lesson the month is supposed to communicate. You experience what hunger is, regardless of the resources you have. The way we are neurobiologically wired, when the body has a feeling for food, for water, and we are not able to get it, now it doesn't matter whether you are impecunious or you are opulent, but that there is a restraining order, even when there is no physical enforcement. You can't take food, it doesn't matter how plentifully you have it. You can't take water, even if you were in an ocean of water. You are now in a position to appreciate what it is for someone who, even when that restraining order is removed,
it does not have.
It does not
Let me stop
have.
you there. Let me stop you there. I'll come back to you again. Now, viewers, we are looking at the topic kindness in the month of Ramadan. I have been told that the month of Ramadan and kindness are interrelated. You cannot, they are inseparable. You cannot separate them. If you decide to be in Ramadan and you are not kind, you are not showing kindness, then why are you fasting? I have been told that, look at the last point last week I made. When you experience hunger in Ramadan, then you go and erase beware of dogs that you wrote on your gates. Then you will be closer to your neighbors. When they come seeking for harms, seeking for your help, then of course, first I say one tradition says, Ishaq Masood, that he is not a believer who eats his fill while his neighbor by his side is hungry.
No.
Then in Ramadan, what are we expected to do to get reward when we are about to break our fast? I have fruits, or I have water, I have milk. What is the encouragement in Ramadan? And then, if someone is not able to fast, aged who are not to fast, they are to pay fidya. What does that entail? Kindness. Can you please tell us more about all this?
Thank you very much. If looking at what Islam says, that whenever somebody is time for breaking the iftar time, so we are advised to give those who do not have, and that is act of what? Kindness, of which he has explained to us. Then giving dates, which the Prophet ﷺ encouraged. That is the first thing that he put forward. That is why he said, the wet one. We have the dry one, we have the wet one. So he put forward the rutba, that is the wet one, before the dried one, which is tamar. Then he said, if you do not have it, and the Prophet ﷺ now said that asawatu min al-ma, that is water. You sip water. So according to the Prophet ﷺ, he didn't prescribe other fruits. So he said that if you take it and you give it to that person that is in need, that does not have the means to do it. Because today, many of us, we feel that because I have it, just as he has said, somebody is in Avalon, that is, he is so rich. So he now feel that others, they are like him. So Allah wants to bring the sense of, that to you by making you to feel that hunger. That there are some people that are being deprived, not because they wanted to be deprived, but because of Allah's will. It is Allah that makes someone to be an affluent position, and it's Allah that makes somebody to be in the pecuniary state. It is not somebody that can make you to be poor or make you to be rich. So let us quickly go to that matter that when you give somebody to drink, whether water or baby or whatever, the reward will be given to you for somebody who has fasted. And that one will not diminish the reward of the person that you have given it to. And that is what is called kindness in Islam. And somebody who is aged and he could not fast and is told to do what? Fidya. So it is going to feed somebody. And if you look at it, Allah is showing us that for that person that could not do it, another person is in need. So why don't you give it to that person? So as to show what that name he called Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala the other time, Ar-Rahman. So telling us that Allah wants us to redistribute wealth. And he wants to use Ramadan to let us see a bigger picture in trying to relate with our neighbor or our friends and others. So having, it doesn't mean that because you are having now, you are the best. It is Allah using it to test you. That's why Allah says, لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. If you look at that word ahsan, it's also gotten from hasana, which means al-ihsan, kindness. Allah wants to look at those who are going to be the best in conduct, who are going to be kind in terms of character and in manners. So this is what we can be able to say concerning someone who wants to show kindness, and he should let it be in him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are still on kindness. Just as we have been told, if you give out water, the fasting Muslim to break his fast, or date, the dabino, you get the word of forgiveness of your sins and emancipation from the fire of Jahannam, from hellfire. And the person you gave, you get the same reward. You, the giver, will get that reward, and the person that received from you, the recipient, you also have the same reward. So both the giver and the taker gets that reward. But if you bring out your arms, and there is nobody to take your arms, what happens? You go back. Nobody's accepting what I brought out. So the giver gets the reward of forgiveness of his sins and freedom of hellfire, and the person you gave also have the same reward. Now, Malam Udira Sonoge, he has told us about the fidya. You have to feed. If you cannot fast as an aged person, then you feed those who are poor in Ramadan. So that's kindness. Then towards the end of Ramadan, there's something which is even more compulsory that you have to also do. Even if you are fasted. You are fasted though, then you have to do something towards the end of Ramadan. Tell us more about it. Kindness. Kindness.
You see, the beauty of Islam can only be appreciated if you are in it and you practice it. So you find that the cruel lies or the mendacious tales that are bandied around it cannot hold. There cannot be a religion that speaks about kindness the way Islam has spoken about it. And yet, all the acts of barbarity ascribed to it can stand. Allah says, you do not own what you have eaten. You do not own what you have retained. No. You only own what you gave out. So if I have 1 trillion and I bought the best of cars, stay in a house that is 100 billion and all that, all those are trash In fact, it would have been, they are not just trash, they are trash that I will be required to account for when I ultimately meet with Allah. It's just like you messing your environment, and so the environmental officers will come and say, so much filth. Why was it so? But what you own is the one you have given out, which probably explains why the Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, was always in the habit of doing this. And in wanting to encourage others, he said, do it, even if you were going to use a fraction of a date in doing this act of whatever. Then if you are so impecunious or penurious that you can't even afford it, you are yourself in need of the kindness that you were supposed to express. He says, speak good words and grant forgiveness. If you took this tripod, kindness, by giving, you are not able to give one leg standing. You took the other leg, which is good words. Oh, I would have given to you. How much I wish that I were not in the state that I am. You are truly deserving of this. You know, that has a way of mollifying whatever anger, poverty would have generated in the person you're speaking to. And the other one, of course, is that you've wronged me. I have forgiven you. It takes an act of kindness to say to one who has wronged you that I have forgiven you. If we were to practice act of forgiveness, no vindictiveness, no holding back. This is my constituency. I worked hard, like he said in Surah to Yasin. If Allah had desired to feed you, you would not have experienced the hunger. Is it me who will feed you? If you had banished this from our consciousness and we say kind words, can you begin to think of a paradise that would have been much more pleasurable than this? And so, if we did all of this, we are just good to go. That last act that you referred to is that, yes, we have fasted. At the end of that fast, we are required to break the fast. And so we are celebrating the Eid. Celebration is only possible with those who have the means to celebrate. Is it the same person who just couldn't even get the means to fast that will be celebrating the end of the fasting? And so it becomes compulsory that you, as the head of your family, you are required to give out the staple foods that is edible for all members of your family. There is a standard measurement up to a baby who is just being born today, who is not conscious of his existence yet, but is your liability, your responsibility to run the affair of that person until he gains consciousness. You have to pay. And it goes to the one who does not have. So that when you are celebrating, it needn't come to your house to wanting to feast.
Thank you very much. Ustaz Ishaq Masood, can you please give us your last word as we are about rounding off? We're talking on kindness, particularly in this month of Ramadan.
Alhamdulillah, we should always be kind to our parents, to our friends, to our neighbor, and those, even to ourselves. So this is the only way we can be able to be conscious of our Creator. And let us always follow the teachings of the Quran.
Last words, Madam Asonoge.
The first beneficiary of every act of kindness is the doer. Is the doer. So if you know this, then you would not stop. And in any case, the Prophet said, you do not become poor on account of you sharing.
You will not become poor on account
poverty
of you
is
sharing.
the wrapper you don yourself with when you are niggardly.
We have been looking at the topic kindness in the glorious month of Ramadan. You should be generous so that you can be kind. Do not be miserly. Do not be stingy. Do not be selfish. It's written on the Arsh, the Son of Allah. 3 sentences. The first one, what we ate when we were in the world was a gain. The second line read, what we kept behind, we did not eat, we did not distribute, was waste. And the third line read, what we sent forward, what we gave out in charity, as act of kindness, we met. So that's why you are told that you are the beneficiary of the act of kindness if you are generous. Whatever you kept behind is not for you. Whatever you spend in kindness, that is what you will meet the hereafter. So if you have millions or billions and you have decided to keep them in the bank and you've erected big mansions, when you die, you go empty. Now we go carry those money, those houses, now we go carry them. You have gone empty. Prophet said that on the deathbed, when the man now starts saying, oh, give so money to so madrasa and think, but oh, say don't mind him, it's no longer your money. It belongs to those who are to inherit you. So let us be generous, because the generous person is close to the people, close to Allah, close to paradise, and far from hellfire. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Al-Aji, Malam Nuruddin Sunoge, and Ustaz Ishaq Masood. Salaam alaikum. Thanks for coming. I remain your uncle, Al-Aji Al-Amin Al-Awjiyas. Be kind, continue to be kind outside Ramadan and even in Ramadan. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a couple of them. Who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lo de de we ase wa ma bo ma. Awo ero we ni ne. Ejo wi. Ejo na we. Ejo na polo pe. Ejo na mluri akwa e wa yo da. Ba we go ba. Ojo we. Ka je ni na ya je wo yi.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're so pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But what do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she would jot some things down about me that she want to tell me. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? You know, we parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8 because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. You know, maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. Do you understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We're able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything, when I mean everything, I have seen a lot of them. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body in private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. She said, no.
She's a child because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who, who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Census Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If you tell your mommy, I kill you. I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk.
The mom, yes. I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant. And I'm going to like propagate it. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You, yeah.
You know, I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you, because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you will say it.
Oh shit. I know how you feel that. I know.
And It never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, you know, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me? Where did you go wrong in this?
So, you know, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you come up, and then life has a way of, you know, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter, and then my daughter at that time was a very quiet introvert. You know, you could hardly hear her. So I mean, I become very exasperated. You know, I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what? Yes,
firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just yeah. She was
well, that's language forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So
that was a forming stage.
You know,
molding.
Yes, was molding.
Okay.
That's what I mean by that.
Yes.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you will use it against me.
Yeah.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there's something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day, and I queried her. She said, I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was a little. So start telling me what, the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned, I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have made me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. I don't want to beat you so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it. But her daughter was about 7 or 9. So she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't say
anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with
the daughter and with the son. So, you know, we can't tell, even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think the mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship, encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chilled with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They will naturally drag. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining, my daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close, In fact, don't worry. You see the two of us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Ali Balogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. We see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, So that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. Mm-hmm. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Very, very.
And must be educated. Mm-hmm. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver.
True.
So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today. Right. We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then so there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, it's open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law, I don't know if they reversed it now, that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 17.
Yeah, that law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago.
Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes, I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. Yeah. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other.
Sure.
You know, so, and, but in the university, yeah, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, you know, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, oh, my friend is visiting me and the works? Yeah, I mean, I think 8, 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, you know, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. You know, it's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house. Oh. Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing, because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have missed people, you have people, or you have people that you crush on, that crush on you, and I think at that stage you can express yourself, and another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it, that okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you are going to come across Peter, you are going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate, you can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
no. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love
is
respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to a party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll
come
to that. Yes, let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. You know, there are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it look as if you'll be caging them. They will just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, you know, that character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm saying. How do you cop that?
Even when you give them all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say, some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to.
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, you know, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, you know, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Oh, okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it borders on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother, and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. We've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously, that's what he wants there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you, even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming, and thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we will be taking a ride down to Anambra State. Yes, to go look at what they have for us as far as heritage is concerned. Yes, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Now, today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride to Anambra State to go look at the masquerade dance. Yes, Ekulobia masquerade dance. So wherever you are, take a ride along with us as we see everything, yes, everything that actually happened during the masquerade festival. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. Chukwu Ewulobia masquerade dance is a traditional, cultural and spiritual masquerade dance that displays native masquerade dance. Ewulobia is located in Agwata local government area of Anambra State of Nigeria. It serves as the headquarters of Agwata local government area and a major commercial city in the region. The town is composed of 9 villages. The masquerade dance is revered and cultural icon with specific iterations, such as that of the Nkono village, performing annually to celebrate the heritage of the people.
Hey! Ọmọgwụ! Hey! Ọ bụ ajọ ọbịa! Nwayọọ kwa! Nwayọọ kwa! Hey! Ọmọgwụ!
Chuku masquerade originated from the Indigwe Mao traditions of the Igbo people, representing an embodiment of ancestral spirits. A Chuku masquerade serves as a symbol of cultural identity, unity, and festive celebration for the people of Ukwolobia.
Oh man. Oh
The Masquerades is characterized by elaborate costumes and vibrant displays. They are full of energy, and the dancers' methods are quick, fast, as they display their spiritual nature to the delight of the people, forming parts of the rich cultural heritage of Anambra State. The masquerades dance in circles that made it unique with their colorful display. People love watching them as they create fun and entertainment in the community. Ibo Kwenu. All right, it sure has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Anambra State. I know you enjoyed watching the acrobatic display of this masquerades, yes, you know, and of course, wonderful tunes, wonderful music, talking about the instruments, talking about the dance movement, and sure, not leaving out the atmosphere. It's all about culture, it's all about tradition. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Ere na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa ka ehun. Mana terun wa dole wo na yi. Sorobo no gla owo. Ma ya fe na nirun. Na ma la o da o. Owo wa ri ma. Owe ewo idun ni ma ye. Ewo ni ma na nirun. Eni ma nirun ge no sorobo la no ge ase ni ma ya fe. Ọba atọpẹ ṣe ẹniwọn ẹdẹ náà ẹna màláwì máa gùn aka ìhẹn wọ ìhẹn bí ìhẹn akínẹwó wọ kínẹ òwá ni màá yé ìhẹn sọba náà gìhẹn mú màríà irun ni màá nànà yẹn náà ọgbọn ẹgbọn ẹyẹ mẹhẹn náà dẹnẹ náà ọdẹ wọn wọ tẹmẹ Victor Ebizugbe.
ẹdẹ náà wọ adẹ náà wọ sọmọ àyà bí tó tọ àfikà pàtó wọn wọ àwọn ọmọ gbẹ ọkùtọ ní wọn dàn hẹ ẹrin màkà gbọn ahùn dáná tẹrẹ mọ. Wẹ́rẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀rọ ló yá àárẹ̀ mi ló yá lòdẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wa ọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀ pásítọ̀ ọ̀hún lámúrè.
Ìwé ẹ̀dùnọ́gùn mi wà bí ẹnìyẹn ká yìí fún ibùsọ̀ ọba gọ̀ ẹ̀yà rọ̀ wà bí dàn yìí ọ̀sà ọba ẹ̀gì màmí òkú yẹn rè gbé o ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ìyẹn mẹ ọ̀sà ọba sẹ́yìn jẹ́ inú yẹ o lórí ẹ̀dọ́ba yọ̀ọ́ká ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́ yà fẹ́ ẹ̀ náà bẹ̀ ọ̀ká ẹ̀gbọ́n ibẹ̀ yà fẹ́ mẹ̀rẹ́gì òtún wà yà sábàánù la ọ̀nà mọ́kù yẹn rìnrìn ẹ̀dọ́ yàfẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀nìyàn ìhẹ́n ìrìnàkí ìmáyẹn wọ́n ní ebòtẹ̀ kọ́s ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'obi ọ̀hún ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀ nà gúvẹ́ ẹ̀ nà tamọ̀ yà tiẹ̀ yọ gbẹ̀lúwẹ̀ náà ẹ̀ wọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ ni wọ́n náà wà yà tiẹ̀ yọ ìhẹ́n ni ọ̀rìà ni. Ihe dọ̀lì mi yìí sọpọ̀ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kìíní yẹn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí rúdà wọ̀ ẹ̀mú yẹn yìí mi ní ọmọ ayé yòbọ̀ kàn án ọ̀hún àjọ wọn àríra ẹ̀ ọ̀hún àjọ wọn amú ẹ̀ ọ̀dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí wọn yé rè
kàkàbọ̀
kìíní yẹn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí nìyí wọ̀ ẹ̀yà rí ẹ̀ ẹ̀nìyàn nyà ẹ̀ mọ́ra rí ẹ̀ wọn ẹ̀ ìhẹ́ ni ọgbọ̀n wa ni ẹ̀ níwọ̀n ọ̀tẹ̀wọ̀n Victor Ebizugbe ìhẹ́ wọ̀ yé ẹ̀ ìnà manora na tie ye wo nora
ihe na tie ye wo ugbe nwa ne ban na we ihe agbada no mo neva no o ga gbe wo bo na o gbe wo bo no pa so pa ihe no mo ye gbe vio ihe keke be bo o pa yan tin aju fi kian ebi ga sunu ma uti hen yo waru da gu ti hen ye mi no ya pris no me ya vie mewe emi ni o bo mo abehe ero emi na ogwe o kaka bo yo bodaye ihe o wa nwe na na obun ma mewe ewo no ma he emi na ye no de omo na dagme do won no roto temi na ati he yo o gwa ma na he ona ye no uligi aro to tonu na ati hen yo wo na ayeke ihe awe muladian we e won na we na wo na ga hie na ga hi usi na ga temu ni giro to ason ya ro afan ya ro do wo bi ama se ti awe amu yo ma be obo ati hen yo e ba ni hen na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so pon awon no we na ga gien ari vio èmi ni weru ne abebi kunuru were ugo re no usie gburu wa ayamu here okeki oho ema ihe ni are ologo owo ago mi oyi ni aye temtem ni awulo popo hu ni ihe na tie me hin awe lo ya ra na ya ko kin ani ogbin ani
o se
oba to pe
ise ma yibu wedi o te pastor ihe me we zebe omusa loboa evinu movement we ya gwani ihe no na te bible ihe no so ero gbesonia a record I view gunda dia be we e bible wa ohun ye be ba pe ya gi ogbeso muda edigun opa wuwe e bible ihe no e bible no
Domono wa talk edono pe wo won tare magwa kana no dawe ma no ihe ke oriaki na mie iriaki na mie bi ihe ke oho na tie repercussion no olowo ma no le lo ko yan no da wa nyise afia gbele lehia wa wo iyen le lehia e ba no salo bana ka bu we bi no wa we iyen ye yoto aro ke bu we zokba eri afia gbe we roto afia gbe ke biye we zokba wa we miye umiye wa mi we mierun e ba afia gbe u we mi afia gbe we ri mata ba be bi no wa o salo bo ayagbona je onwe iyen ilele ya fe no na te 10 commandment no ile ori gbe ni no ro iye ora okike thou shall not kill ura ki ne oni uriye abiye okike ema we no ti meka e ba no ka we emi na ko aro ayiso emi wa akoro ema yo bo ma ko aro wa kini ete egbo ma odeno do zori egbo ma wa lelu obo ni oyiwe na ge benu tai ba ge no tolo ma gbe
na te irepe
wa fi egbo una fi ri eso o mana kan ya tun mu won irepe oreba o be bon me nyawe obo na ebe tolo we be bo yen mi sunu da we o sika muene eriye mi iyeki o ezepo ye ne gbe fi we ken we bo we tolo ano we ya tolo nu ya ewu egbe ya ne inwina rene egbe ya tolo wa ne o wa ni ye ma eveil e ameve la ko wa ye ga so agripa so be na igepe ya ba e ya gon saman ya egbe ne eriye mi iyeki wega weneni ozetigari eniyan emo okeke ema nunda iyen tosio makoto iyen oyoma mita iyen ogboma dine yimi iyen osiologo mayoma egbe dopa emi opa no gire egbe yen e ma ni bunro emi we lagbera ni o ma ege mi yen no nunda o sa pa je mi fe newe ewe urawe urai uriene ewona ugawe uriene be no be aye we be no wa ege ne ke na gbotion ege ebe ye na bom egboa ona wo mo pa ma dere yen unda era ro wa yero wa ye gi kia o salo wo dua no dere ni ro pa ma ri egbe la na ona tie ege eke ori gba odu wona we ha ona wo ye no sa oba tie we ona we bo ni akinu wo we mi ya ona wo tun e wo no pe na tie ebe owo yo maka gba o ebe yo maka be ri e oboje o e dado okin ge iyen ne ogbugbo eri ebe iyen no ge oso wan na we ya boy ka be lodo pa ona we wa we we ma me ni we ona wo ma iye we ni ka ma na we iyen enu baba iyen de nu aduza ona we esagion tun enu to mi ovie buye ga de ne ona we gien ta ma wona we ebe ro akiyan ona we nda ebe akporu edi lo wa ona we yen ro e dagbon ne no ri mi o kan afiru gbegbo e kan owa uwe la ma wa ma be la wo wa u sa me no ma won ma be nwa me no ko bo were ona ti ran de ne aba we gbe mi ade ke de afie de ne na unda ori yen ne o sa no go do ati ne wa gbo ma u ya ri azigo u gbe emu fua o u gbe emu fi eze o we ga o ga ma mi no dere we iye ni de o ga logo ma ni emi ese ezo oba atokpe
anyway wa da matana wa ni gbama wa da matana wa no gbera gbiye wa da matana o vara ko o yue akara ni yue abio o gbo wani awe no gbo wa we wa o ya ari azen igo umeke na fe umeke na bowa umeke na hin moto ihe ni hi o wa no nya mi nu we ya ri o be tin enwe ihe ma won ebe do awe bo ya ro awe bo ni na ya meti abege no yo amu wa we aya tie bo na yo we no fiaye okwa he isago eya bo ya fe ni redo ima awe bo ni no make na no yo amu wa no so kwa no wo ko we nu ma na ya we bo una tie keka tie ni oso wa ni gbe ihe ni oso wa ni oso ihe omo wiria ihe ọwa egene de benmawe una gbuhu ogede mu yoto o ze ka yebe umunya ekeni nu weze yo ni ihe no ọwa we na se wona mo wede ni ihe ni gbe okike po ke wu so pa na ye na ihe ni le loweke oweke aru ihe no o even weta una tie no wa na wo ko dawe ihe ni o le le se kinu riase ihe ni wa ima ho na mi ugbeso we e wa ni gba ori ma ni age tie ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we ne oba ma ye ni awe ejo we awe awo kayele ta yin afi he so pa kayele so yin tie kwaro awo wori ni efe yo ni efe bu vene inu aru odo fie wori ye la toma gwebo teleyi awe no don we wo pa ihin to ori ye fi epo ben we be hin ma se we no ma ko se de ye gwa o ma da ro ba o ma da ro wo we o la toma be wa vi osisi ai agun akon ai mi ai ko kuli akwa webo bo so po we we wo ni o we bo he aye ekere ni ga vi ese ebobo wede ebode na aduwa edolo pe o hunda we emi ni hen oyin mata na we ma no mari hen otan bizugbe ihe
mame na wa gwan na ihe na wa ha na asubo ye gbe ihe oyere no ha mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebute SSS odawe yinu gewe hunda e ma so wa re wo owi atuba gbebo mu eyeliwe ni ra ri to yan atubero wa mu ogbe ori oba oga kian so pon be ni amana rawe yan amana du oyi hunda we etiguwe ara mewe yan ma we ropo na gbin aberi o gbe na ba ya ogi asin de mi en ya sin kaka ni gbin yan ya ti hen mara gele we na ni mari o ya yi na o ya ti hen yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma iwe eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa o ma be ro wa u ya mu 100 by 100 or 150 u ya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni e se ti go esin hu digo ego ebi no kan ya ki eke ori he oti he no ori oni no hin abe ho no gwa lo wa no wa be mi ku ni e hin si eyo wa we ga ri ti ogwa le mi ami e wo won no gbege awe no de o e po yo kokko yin kuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we ihe ni oro yo egbene o ga fe pe yen do kin no kin adu adowe ya ere ma na te o de pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be mi ku no ru ihe oyo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeka we be no aye awe me ne ga ya bo wa adowe na yimia ara yimia abe se ti be ki he gbori egbe ba edo yimia yo ne bowe no le be no wa we u ya confess we make a confessional statement ya mi eko masalobua osabo yabowe eri obe ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ni la egbe ni ona do mi ekue ona kiegwiri egbebo awe se ha o we fo egbere hu do ni o ke ni ma yo bowo we ya le ni he ma ke ni ma de yegbegbe hu da e na yegbevio igbano e legbe wi o ma ko wa no ga we sarieti ni o ma wu ya ri awo o wu ya dolewo yi etinari enu we ni we na ya dolewo yi ihe wa esike edugboro weye aga owo mo na wa bebi ku una fi aito una ari ya webo ewe wi ropa so pa o wa ni na fi gbogbo yi do ne ra o na samo go ba meze awe ho kankan we yin ogbo iguma ogbe kankan ihe kan na we gbe oba atokpe
ihe magwaka ni wa weno da yi mana we fioboyo gbido urie ni eso na owu e urie ge owu we mu la wa uduro mu ra no wa no nya na asora o ya ri amami wa we ebode uda ihe ofian utome ona te so mi piye a gboso won wo owo kigbesi ya gboso no imanibu yan wa pa ma ka wo yan gbele yan o but ni bu wo yan fi obo yido o yan ro no ma keke eduna iye emi emi he e na mi we ni wa egenede ka sunu yo via sunu yo kwa eba sunu ye bonibu ti yara muwe na miewe ọmọ ma ro ho wa gele ya ti ani yemi ọmọ no we mi ni iye na fe wo waro wo ma ne do ma ri oko aya bi yen oni emani me a wera me ya o bi yen gbeso owo ko na owo fi owo yo ha owo ma fi owo yo ha we do bi yen eso we yen gele fi owo yo ha abedo we bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi wẹ̀ èmi ni ma ọmọrùn wa fúndà ọ̀rìn nòbèjì ládìá ilé nọ́nyà wà nọ́nyà kò wẹ̀ ọ̀rìà wà àhó ni ọ̀rọ̀ wà ìyẹn náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ mi ò wẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ tó bú wọn náà wò kọ́ àfihàn ọ̀nà fi wẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà fi hàn tọ́ mi lẹ́yìn àbá rẹ̀ dàgbé ya ìyẹn ẹ̀ máa rìnà sí kẹgbẹ́ rìnà sí kẹgbẹ́ sọpá wo bo we ni kata si ihe odo le mi yi eje ni ria eje bo ria we ewe ọmọ no we na ge mi no wa dun ai we so we gene de de koko wo wa ru emi no ria oke polo oteka o wa aziba o wa de koko o de ko oteka awa no iye so we ro ai we ru e ba fa ọmọ mi no si e ni dade wo radio na ba me e mama ni o me no si e na na mi we iyan ilu e ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe e lo thou shall not kill thou shall not steal ra ye gbodo yi o bible ni re tara ni wa ihe e no udadu hi ne dado ele bewo ke na le court ke na le wo wa ke na le awerima ke na ege baba ho emi una ema una we won ni ugbe me na agbeyo oro so pon ri yen ugu emi ame yen kini mo so bo no mi mafa no mi emo ni ma bi afa wo de awa kini yen o tan e paso
domo onana e bone no wa iwe do wa mi na ya na de sino kan me yen ìyẹn mi nà wọ́n ká máa yan wíkí mi rà náà máa yẹ gbó zẹ́bù wọn náà gbọ́n bí ẹ dó pàtàkì nù wẹ̀kí náà yé mi nà mẹ́ mọ́ àwẹ́ kọ́ wọ́n ẹ wẹ ẹni kémi náà àgbọ̀n náà lẹ́mẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀ mí ẹ̀sì ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀ mí dà ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀mí yẹn náà èso rọ̀ náà tiẹ̀ ọ̀sánwó do ayagbọ̀n ọ̀nà yẹ yùn wẹ̀ erun ohun afian gbe ona be je ju won iyen nuwe kenu yime ko yime nuwu yin okeke ole lomani uga nyise afiangbe buwede wa be nyonge dan una te iyeni obi bo mande usalobo atai ebi no wa wi ye yoto aro kebu owe zokpa yemeji yoto afiangbe kebiye we zokpa nunda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bo agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya bo ebo beneri mata eba aimogo wegbo aiwogo beze aiwogo gaba bi yeso iye no eme soro na mego akwon mi awona ya gwa luto e ara iwe na weto we mi ye ugbeso ko fi owe yiwa awe owe mi ye ibi ehun mi a odo ehun mi nda oleba ene odo bo yawe mi awa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama iwe ri omo wa de fe dokma emi wa sunu emi yon lawa atae yo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile unwotagbon meno saloba rile unwotagbon na orile sonya unwiye ugawu bene ni mata bible no wa be oya yebota thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we ni esi afiangbe le lo e be soro na o saloba wa afiangbe mu de ni esi ni ewu yen ga mi ni ko no ro emi o ko emi yekin e ma fiangbe be kin da do bonu ri fie mi ge orewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe iwe re gbeta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo mana oyo we na ge o ma no re gbedia oji no ri gbedia awe na e de kotuwe wa ire se ba ave bu edebe yo we edowe na ave mu ezona be gbe ori mari e ma we ta fan for ye yeri gbedia ni ologo ma ni ye lele kian ede na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo ejoji kai we ofo wa ya gbewa ede de agi mi won se na la ona zobo mi miye nunda okeke oho e ma
wesi eni wa na zobo bi koko ko ma edoro pewo wa mi eni ni buro ni he si yebo ologo wa ni he si yebo obo sense wa ki ma so bowo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu eworia awano rebo uyinayi ya se gbabe abe politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we inu awuna won le lo je nu na tala won mu we iye ke aya re ma we nu wa re ma osaba roju wa ya ma supa aiwe lo de mata o ligi noro na emi e orusin na ye na ni bana wala gbogbe le mana uwa mi ni abi ode not odo awa ari owebe awa fi o si afio la e moni re owebe ni die ni emi no kin awa fi han lawo wa ayi te de mi sowo awona mu go rakile ihe we ni we to bo no woni ibi we ru ni so ihe ewe wa ru ni no ri o si lade we na mu we go na ha yo we no wani mara me no ru e wa ge he ihe ni ki eni ya ke ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe o te se ge wa ru so no ri ko se na wari no wari he we no waru no man na ne no
when I saw John Ebo yo gwe John Fio boye o ven o keke are mu na be o ya mu na wa so a ori
ni anyway aka ya wese
dono pebu na la wona ye me na we mi we na teme ma no ma mi ori o ebuku na la wo re iyen ma be gbe o se mi ame osuwu osu ipapa osi ologun ma yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi ibi o hadori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise atame
ihe no ma ye gbedede gbe owe ununaya ti he reye ununaya ti emi ame ete ununa ti yari bae hu do ni ikepa na yiri opa yin oku wa gi ma le ni he ru da were igban re bo ki le gbe wi owon no re gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti ari emi ebe de na akwe afi were no ro ari pa egua de ma gete bia egeto ko etwe wahya ne be na me ho na etwe awe eboni re ekabeto etwe ma ne be igosa o atokpe
me anyone me twe agboya fe keniri ye kovia keniri yo kori on wo de ke ya fe osaraba wo no mu here no dade bo ya fe ọba atokpe
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipts. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been glass out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tesame, their office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pick. We that matter again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, maybe, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better past our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad, the NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This year, but may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like those travel. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well. by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light, they call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day, some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20th century, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because we don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar, and people put everywhere. And some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel, it's not everybody that has that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife, but government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't even up to 50% from area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate big blister. All these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people are not going to go for it. And money, now they need to input, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, come and already put light, everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we will buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine a times 1 month, na big money. And na money. From then I will go see look at it, they come here say we want to go for solar. We can use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if it's very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we bought fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve on the light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Merci. Ça m'a topé. Ça m'a topé. Pousse le temps d'aller.
Ina se ti mi ewe ina se ti di agun ya ya zo mo dion èyàn pa
oh my son my dear we say oh my dear oh we na bo here is that be aje be
ina do ba o
yes
ina do se mo
yes we say that man nisha oh na bo here we say my dear it's c'est papa
Ça m'a topé. Ça m'a topé.
Wayagi ma pome samane. Wayagi ma pome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
C'est papa.
Caliban was in a cocono, no wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever you are not the letter that we ask about my former. I will wear in a joke. Eh, Jonah will. Eh, Jonah Pulu, eh, Jonah Nuria, why he said, why we go back? But John Way, I said, and I had the way. Why we go at the winner, no matter look at
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, tech lovers. Yes, you're tuning into Tech Today, that one program where we discuss everything, anything technology, where we'll break it down to you in simple terms and we'll let you understand what we're talking about when it comes to the world of technology. Yes, my name is Momo Lawal, or you can call me Mr. Kankan, and you'll be correct. Today, we'll be diving into something that is changing the way we live, the way we work, and the way we learn. We talk about it every day. It's called AI chatbots, artificial intelligence chatbots. Yes, from the popular ChatGPT to Google Gemini to several other chatbots that we have out there. These smart assistants are helping Gen Zs, they're helping the millennials, they're helping everybody to create content, helping them to, small businesses run efficiently and also making everyday life easier. But Now the question goes, are they really helping the future, or is this just a hype? Well, we're going to explore this today, and I have a guest today. Is a tech, I want to call him a tech guru, but then he's a back-end engineer, Alex Uche. Welcome to the program, brother.
Thank you for having me, Momo.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in the program. So, Alex, we're going to talk about this artificial intelligence chatbots, and but before we go into that, we're going to, talk about what is happening in the world of tech. We're going to share what we call the tech updates from the global perspective to what is happening here in Nigeria. Stay tuned for the next segment, which is called Tech Updates. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Yes, it's still Tech Today. And going straight into the Tech Update segment, we have first globally that robots are now smarter at working with humans. That's what Fujitsu is saying. So Fujitsu has introduced a new technology that allows robots to understand and predict human movements when working in the same space. So what this just simply means now, before now, we all know robots just follow instructions. But with this new system, robots can now sense what a human worker is about to do and adjust their actions, like it's slowing down or if the person is moving, aside. So why this is important for us to know is that with this new technology, it makes the workplace safer. You don't see a robot walking into a wall or just going because you say move, it just moves. It now knows when to stop and not when to keep going. It reduces accidents in factories and in industries. This also shows that robots are being designed now to assist humans and not to replace them, for popular opinion. And also this means that this future of work is a collaboration and not competition. Alex, this tech update about robots, we all know what robots are before, and now we're having them now doing things like assisting their, and not just following instructions, but now becoming an assistant. What do you think about this update, brother?
For me, I think it's amazing.
Okay.
The fact you have somebody who understands you, a boss who understands you, who can even think for you. So it's amazing. It's a good one where
it's a good one.
It makes you active. It gives you insights. It lets you know what's happening, what's going to happen, and what has happened. All this together, sourcing all these informations, and you have it at your fingertip. It's amazing.
Thereby making life easier. All right. Next on the tech update, we have global and experts are warning about AI, that is artificial intelligence, becoming too powerful. So over 800 experts, tech leaders and public figures worldwide are calling for a pause on developing artificial intelligence systems that could surpass human intelligence. So what is happening right now is that AI is getting smarter very, very fast. I believe you all know, because sometimes before you think something is already even acting in that way, it even has sarcasm and all of that. Before people say AI could not have emotions, but now you'll be talking to your chatbot and it's even saying, come on, you're funny. And it's giving you all those emotions and you think you're interacting with a real human being. So experts now fear that if it becomes too powerful without proper rules, humans may struggle to control how it is being used. So AI already is affecting some jobs, and then social media, and you see some fake news flying around, and it's even affecting decision making. So what those 800 plus experts are saying is without regulation, proper regulation, it could be abused, and governments are being urged to act early. Alex, I think this is a wake-up call for governments and people around that use AI. So this update is a valid one, and it's a good one.
It is, and it's here to stay for us to actually regulate the AI, know what it's about, and then make sure it doesn't go overboard.
Yes,
it's a good one.
Imagine AI. I think I watched a episode on the series one time when you see the name of the series is Love, Death and Robots. Okay? So this AI chatbot now started overdoing the work. It was supposed to be a cleaner, a vacuum cleaner, but now it now started being a smart vacuum cleaner, and now started purging the house and purging the owner. So without regulations, we don't know where AI is going to go. So the message is very simple. AI progress must go hand in hand with safety and responsibility. Lastly, on the global tech updates, we have that McDonald's is using artificial intelligence to run its supply chain. So McDonald's has developed AI, artificial intelligence, to manage how food and supply move across its global outlets. So AI now helps McDonald's predict how much food customer will need, where it is needed, and when Exactly. So they don't overstock or run out. So this is something we should care about, and it's an update that we should know, because now it means that we'll have less food waste and faster services and lower costs, which can even help to stabilize prices. What do you imagine this, Alex, being brought into Nigeria here, and you see our food out? It seems you like food very well.
Exactly.
You know,
my point. You know, if this is being brought to Nigeria space, you know, it will cut down a lot of wasteful resources.
I agree, bro.
Where you get to know how much it's being. But for example, you have to employ an accountant who has to know how much you need to manage. But with this sort of AI, it gives you everything. You need this amount for today. We use X amount tomorrow. And then it's all wrapped up. And
people don't need to, there's no food wastage anymore.
Exactly. Cuts of labor, so many things.
It's cut out.
It's cut out.
AI is really helping the world. Now, going local now, the tech updates happening here in Nigeria. First, we have Nigeria's approved satellite internet companies. So Nigeria has approved satellite license for companies like Amazon's Project Cooper to provide internet services. So what this simply means is that instead of relying only on cable, that's fiber cables, optical cables and all of that, or network masts, internet can now be sent directly from satellites in space. We have one like I think Starlink does that. So yeah, this means you have better internet in rural areas and remote areas that don't have masts that's up to that area.
Exactly.
You have support online. This can also support online education and also encourage remote jobs. And also it can also boost Nigeria's digital economy. Alex, I think this is a welcoming one. This is a good tech update from Nigeria.
I really appreciate the Nigerian tech team. I really like the tech experts for actually bringing this around because it's a good one. If this stays in our internet, you know how much we use the internet daily. You know our issues with our internet.
So people are streaming us right now within the internet.
Exactly. So you know how it is bringing the Starlink, and you know others will come in. It's a competition, and then we get it right.
Yeah, I agree. We'll get it right, and then we'll now bridge the gap of how people can access the internet. People in the rural areas especially can have these services right in their doorstep because it's just to access the satellite. Next on the tech update locally, we have Nigeria takes action against abusive loan apps. So there are new regulations that have been introduced to control digital lending platforms, especially these loan apps that harass borrowers. So now, what this simply means is that loan apps can no longer shame users. They cannot send threats or contact families and friends aggressively over unpaid loans. So this is very, Alex, I don't think have you ever experienced something like this before?
Not directly.
Okay.
But
to not be directly.
We're on the internet and we see what happens.
Okay,
people lashing out on people.
Yeah.
And now with all this AI, you see that it cannot just come in.
You see that they tell you that they call their friend to tell them that their friend is owing them money, blah, 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 use their name as collateral, which is just lies.
Family and friends.
And they now know that you borrowed money from a loan app.
We even heard at the time, one time, some loan app would take videos or pictures of some of their users
and start sharing
it online.
That's breach of privacy. Now, why is this very important for us as a tech update is because this protects the user's dignity and privacy, like what Alex just shared. It also encourages fair lending practices, and also it builds trust in the Nigeria fintech space. It's a good one. I think it's a good one, and I'm enjoying this tech update. So technology, of course, should solve problems, not create new ones. Lastly, on the tech update segment, before we get into our topic of today, Nigeria pushes for a unified AI strategy. So the Nigerian Communications Minister has called for a national and African-wide plan on how AI should be developed and used, similar to what what they're calling out in the global scene. Yeah. So instead of scattered efforts around, Nigeria wants a clear roadmap on artificial intelligence. They want to know how it's being built, how it is being regulated and applied across different sectors. So, Alex, this is a talk update that I think we said similar thing globally, and I was saying it now that the NCC is now,
putting it in Nigeria. I really want to thank the NCC for actually bringing this, or should I say foresight, for bringing this in Nigeria, trying to regulate how this goes.
Because we see a lot of things happen to social media nowadays. You don't even know what is real and what is fake nowadays. People just use it anyhow.
Nobody to regulate these things. If you see what you believe and you go and spread false rule, that's how it is. So we need to actually have these regulations to know once somebody who comes up with a fake AI information, it's out there. This is AI tool. This is not real. This is AI.
Yeah. So yeah, like Alex is just saying, this will really help Nigeria startup, compete globally and also prevents the misuse of AI. And also, I think it also positions Nigeria as a tech leader in Africa. So, countries now without an AI plan risk and they're falling behind in this global tech race. Now we're going to short break, and we'll come into the topic of today, which is talking about artificial intelligence chatbots. We're going to tell you different chatbots, and maybe just divert your mind away from the one you think you already know, and give you other options and tell you how you can work with them with your different businesses out there. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today on Independence Television. Welcome back to the program. It's Still Tech Today. Yes, we just introduced the topic properly, artificial intelligence chatbots. We know AI is no longer a future talk right now. It's currently in our phones. We use it every day in our businesses, and we use it in our classroom, anywhere, workplace, and all of that. So from different chatbots out there, we have the ChatGPT, to Google's Gemini, to Meta AI chatbots, and even different fintech companies, banks are also using different chatbots to make customer service easier. So this is becoming an everyday tool. And today on Tech Today, we are going to compare popular AI chatbots and how they work, and even why they matter to the Gen Zs, to the SMEs, and to everyday users out there. So Alex, I told you he's a backend engineer, I want to call him a tech guru. So Alex, which of these AI chatbots, which of them have you used before, and which of them do you currently use, and why?
So we all know the famous ChatGPT.
Of course, yes, man.
So I wouldn't say I used it, but my favorite is the Gemini AI.
Oh, why is it your favorite?
Because of it brings out ideas into picture. I don't have to pay a videographer or a cinematographer or a video editor. All I need is give this prompt to this Gemini, work on it.
So you use it basically to bring ideas into picture.
Exactly. Whatever I write, whatever you talk about now, I go into it, create a prompt for it, and then I can bring that out.
So people that want to do flyers, people that want to just put things out there,
people who have businesses, I would actually want them to key into this Gemini.
Gemini.
People who are into graphics, people who want to go deep into graphics, use key into Gemini. It gives you an idea. It's just like what we said earlier. When you create an idea, and this bot understands your idea and refurbishes for you, it gives you different options. And then you, on your own as human, you know how to weigh them. So that's my best for Gemini.
I think I also like using if I don't use ChatGPT, obvious ChatGPT, I also use DeepSeek. I use DeepSeek sometimes because when I really want to, except when it has to do with a lot of maybe engineering things, I want to maybe do some codings, and I want to also create a small program, a small software just to, or maybe we have this automation nowadays. I like automating some of my things. If this happens, then do this like this. I learned how to from using. I was exploring DeepSeek, asking questions, and I learned how to. I can now apply for a job by just filling a Google form.
Sure.
Yeah. The prompt will just help me to just do that for me, and he will send an email to the recruiter for me, and he would send my CV tailored in that manner. He would send a cover letter tailored in that manner too, and it just makes life so easy. When you go back and see it, you'll be like, oh, good.
All you have to do is look over it.
So yeah, don't just sleep on ChatGPT all the time and thinking, that's all I know about using different chatbots. So AI chatbots, they are softwares that are trained to understand and respond like humans. Okay, so they help you with writing, they help you with researching, customer service, learning, and doing a lot of creativity. Just like Alex said, sharing that you can just make a prompt out there, and from that prompt you get a picture of what is just an image of what is saying. So now, why do you think these chatbots are booming? Why do you think people are now falling into this chatbot now?
So for me, I know one thing about the chatbot is it's an assistant.
But then people will argue that we have Google. Why don't they use Google searches anymore? They want to use AI chatbot.
And I will explain to you.
Okay.
I can go and upload any information on Google.
Okay.
But I cannot upload on ChatGPT. ChatGPT can go on Google and pick the best from Google. ChatGPT can go to what's the other search engines, Bing and all.
Bing,
pick what I need because of the prompts I've given my bot, the AI. So for Copilot, I use Copilot as well.
Oh yeah.
So most times when I use Copilot and I want to if it involves coding or anything, Once you use Copilot on GitHub, it tells you, oh, this is the best solution. You can use this channel A or this channel B. You don't have to do with coding. All you do is look at what you're going to arrive at, and once you get to that point, you know. So one thing, if we rely solely on ChatGPTs or AIs, you cannot get your finished product.
Because I have a problem that I feel in the future, I'm scared that these AI chatbots, whether GPT and all of that, will not make people, humans, think for themselves.
So if you see it that way, what you said is correct. But if you want to learn, you are the one giving the prompts to the AI. So you tailor the prompt to what you want. That's you working.
But yes, I'm saying that, for example, people will now become so lazy. They always go and tell them, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. The next 2 weeks, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. Same prompt, maybe just tweak a little bit, maybe say I'm sick today. But people may not learn to just know how to draft a mail in that. Now I can now know that I can tell myself, I can tell if this is an AI generated mail.
Obviously, we
or
should know. Because we're in the tech space, you should know that.
Yeah, I can
but
tell.
I know that for some other persons out there, they wouldn't know if this is
Some persons, I think one time I got a mail where the person even forgot to remove what GPT said.
And all
yes, a refined version of this, and don't do that, please.
For the lazy ones, they will always be caught. But one thing I know about this, once you do this, you take your time and read what it's given before you send it out. If you send the mail and say, oh, ChatGPT, let me send the mail to my manager, I'm not going to come today, I'm feeling sick. You still have the objective to read that mail and understand, tailor it to a way it suits your boss. Sometimes we tell chats, can you reply this as a human?
Yes. And do you know that it replies it, you now seem as if it's, no, I will tell you, don't be so AI-ish.
Thank you.
Be human, and it just gives you a different response, and then you say, wow.
So sometimes when it gives you this answer and you read it, you learn from it. But when people just copy and paste it, that's the issue you're talking about now.
So let's bring it to Gen Zs now, because I know they use it more than we do. Sure. Because some of us don't even want to go there, the millennials and all of that, but they use it more than we do. Now, how can this help them? Many of them are still in university, help them with their homework. How would they help them? Because some persons want to just, while they're doing their studies, they want to also create content. So how do you think this can help them create content and even help them after leaving the university for their career growth? And also, what are the warnings or the signs they need to avoid whilst using this this chatbots?
First of all, I advise every Gen Z out there to see this AI chatbot or whatever, this AI chatbot as a researching tool. Don't just sit and relax. This is my assistant that does everything. Yes, it's your assistant, but it does your research for you. It's part of the research process. You do this, you go and find out that, oh, this is what's happening, and then you come again and understand. For example, you said something about content creation. I want to create a content about tech. I go to ChatGPT and ask, what's up? What's the update on tech? What's this? It gives me, I cannot just come and take whatever chat gives me. I go myself, I understand it. It's part of us reading it. We ought to read whatever chat gives us. And I will tell you, the chat is not always correct.
It's not always correct. And they won't tell, they put the disclaimer out there. That's what you have to know. I think prompt engineering is something that people need to know how to prompt, tailor your prompts to this particular thing you're looking out for, and don't be so generic. Yeah. Now let's move to the entrepreneurs, the SMEs. How would you think using this AI chatbot will help them in their business, assuming they are, they are for customer support or for the social media, managing social media, or they are, pushing their content out there or advertisements, and also helping them for maybe their business plan or proposals, or how do you think this AI chatbot?
I'll come from the customer experience side, customer service aspect, because it's very, very good tool for that.
Okay.
You have a business, you are not available 24/7, but with that bot set on your website, it answers your customers for you. It gives people, if Momo is into, let's say, Momo has this airline services.
Okay.
And Momo is traveling in Belgium now, and I want to book for a flight for myself. I reach out to Momo, and the bot would help me because of the prompt you've given your bot.
Yeah.
He sets my flight for me, gives me the exact prices, and then it makes it easy. That's for your business.
Yes.
Now, for, let's say, small customer success business, I don't want to start mentioning brands.
No,
let's say you have your business right now, and then your customers, there's a glitch somewhere. Your customers are furious online, texting, hi, this is not working, this is not working. The bot is there to help them know that Though we know Nigerians, I will tell you, we are not patient with the bot. But once you arrange your bot in a way, it lets them know that this is the issue and this is what you should do to troubleshoot.
Yeah.
So once you troubleshoot, your problem is half solved. You know what's happening. So that's why I feel for every business, there are different parts where this AI tool is very important.
Yeah.
If you don't use it for your graphics, use it for accounting, use it for different aspects.
Use it to plan your business, use it to even save money and save time, use it for, like Alex said, customer service automation, just answering people, even WhatsApp, use it for WhatsApp businesses. So say, hi there, this is so and so business, I'm not available right now, leave this message. People now go further to even engage in, following up on that. You say, okay, what do you want to buy? I want to purchase 3 bags of this and that, okay, how many quantity, where are you located? And it helps you, and it works 247. It's already there, so you don't have to be awake all the time to reply these messages. Now let's talk about the risk, the ethics, and limitations that we'll have. People talk about this privacy issue and all of that in AI. Okay. So how are you using AI chatbots? So let's talk about that. How do you think we can manage this privacy concerns, data privacy concerns, and the popular thought of that AI would replace humans and replace human thinking? Or the human's creativity per se.
That creativity part about us humans, AI can never take that away from us. I keep saying that because you give these instructions to the AI. The AI cannot work without any human. You prompt this AI. So if I want my AI to work for me this way, I tell him, I want you to be this for me. I want this result in this route. It does that for you. Then it brings out other options, more for you to choose.
Okay.
So I don't see AI. I see that for those who are weak and those who are lazy, let me use lazy, it might affect them.
Okay. But what about for data privacy concerns?
So now, when it comes to this data, I see it as a good one because with AI, I cannot share some of my data.
Okay. What kind of data are you not going to be able to share? Let's enlighten our viewers out there that what they shouldn't share on using these chatbots.
Anything that has to do with privacy, anything that has to do with your personal life, you don't tell ChatGPT these are your hobbies or this is who I am. You don't go and explain yourself. You don't give the chat your bio. Don't go and start telling your chat, oh, my name is this, I'm from this. That information is too much to give out.
But some persons may want to argue and say they are telling that so that they can the AI response can be tailored exactly for them.
But that information is out there in the open now.
But nothing out there can be secret. Even when you take a picture out there and say I'm right here in Texas or I'm right here in New Benin Market, it's already out there uploaded in the internet.
As soon as you post something and say, hi, I'm down here.
No matter even if you delete it.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Even on your phone. Even if you delete it on your phone, I can still get it on your phone.
But at least people should know that AI is a tool and it is not a master. So you control it. Don't let it control you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, wrapping up on this interesting conversation, I want to ask you this question. Okay. Would you trust AI to run your business for you?
101%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You would just trust AI to run a business for you?
I would give my AI my prompts, monitor it, and let it run it for me.
And you think it won't make a mistake to do something you don't want?
It won't make. It would make mistakes, but one thing is I get to correct that and it doesn't happen again. Because once you set a prompt for an AI, I will take you to chat customer service again, respond on this gambling, respond to this. It cannot make mistakes. AI cannot take an answer for something else to drop another thing.
Yeah, actually. So, although there was a time I was in ChatGPT, he made a mistake about a particular figure when I was calculating, and I was like, why did you make this mistake and all of that? He said, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought you wrote it as this,
exactly.
and he explained why the mistake happened, and then I was like, don't do that again. Always cross-check, double-check before you give me a response. And he said, moving forward, and he stored it in my memory that I would like that. So, wrapping up on the program, for those who don't really use all these chatbots, what is your last word? What are your final words to tell them all about? That I've not used chatbot before, and maybe they are using only one particular chatbot and they don't use any of this that I just mentioned.
The world is evolving. I don't want any of you to be left out. We have to use these tools. These are meant for us. We started this thing started as little as text. Now the AI is everywhere. We have bots.
Yeah.
We need to use remotes to do things. Now it's just by saying your voice command and then things are moving. So how long would you wait? All we have to do right now is get along with this, join the band, use it and be beneficial, get productive with these things. Before you go and call someone and say, I want you to come and help me do this, the bot has done this for you. The AI tool is already ready at your beck and call. All you need is a phone, a smart internet, and then you are good. So for those of you out there, I don't want you to sleep on it. Go into this thing. Whatever issues you are having, ask your bot and see. It will give you an insight. Then from there you can start solving your problem.
Thank you very much. I did not want you to even stop giving that advice out there. Yes, it's been Tech Today. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining us on this program. Yes, I want to just end by saying that AI chatbots are not here to replace humans, but they are here to assist humans. So the real advantage out there is, like Alex shared, is knowing how to use them wisely. So whether you're a Gen Z, you're a business owner, or just curious about this, or just watching the program for the first time, AI is now part of your world. So, you know, those who understand AI today will lead tomorrow. So before we leave the studio, I want you to know that we do this also on radio on Monday by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. Every Monday is on radio, 92.3 FM, Independent Radio. So thank you, Alex, once more for coming to the program. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll be seeing more of you again.
Surely.
All right. So I always know that in this world of artificial intelligence, in the world of technology, it's good to stay curious, stay connected, and stay very informed. Until next week, my name is Momo Lawal. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Salaam alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Adi. Salaam alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alao. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicants in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet Islam said every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4 verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2 verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5 verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, the moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being. Wow. The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such, yes, in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow train, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, we are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that they are abominations devised by the devil. That you know, abstain from them so that I can be successful. Now, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly, now you are now having stroke in middle adults because of what? Consumption of these intoxicant. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet ﷺ, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet Islam says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to enjoy yourself. So consumption of intoxicants is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For the Bunyamin ID, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them? So that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it.
Well, according to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Relation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience, so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery,
or to take intoxicant or to murder. Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest, they can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing. It's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life. But it is not true. You are harming yourself. You are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. However, you are a professor in the University of Benin, so you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicant. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke, marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure hard cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the tramadol. Even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program Message of Islam. The topic discussed Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was increased to 80 strokes of the cane, and that of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. And your uncle, Al-Ajal Amin Alao, viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oyè aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Oyè bá sókè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Oyè aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we will be taking a ride down to Anambra State. Yes, to go look at what they have for us as far as heritage is concerned. Yes, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Now, today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride to Anambra State to go look at the masquerade dance. Yes, Ekulobia masquerade dance. So wherever you are, take a ride along with us as we see everything that actually happened during the masquerade festival. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. Chuku Ewulobia masquerade dance is a traditional, cultural, and spiritual masquerade dance that displays native masquerade dance. Ewulobia is located in Agwata local government area of Anambra State of Nigeria. It serves as the headquarters of Agwata local government area and a major commercial city in the region. The town is composed of 9 villages. The masquerade dance is revered and cultural icon with specific iterations, such as that of the Nkono village, performing annually to celebrate the heritage of the people.
Hey! Ọgbọgwụ! Hey! Ọ bụ ajọ ọbịa! Nwayọọ kwa! Nwayọọ kwa! Hey! Ọgbọgwụ! Oh man!
Achuku masquerade originated from the Indigwe Mao traditions of the Igbo people, representing an embodiment of ancestral spirits. Achuku masquerade serves as a symbol of cultural identity, unity, and festive celebration for the people of Ukwolobia.
Oh man.
The masquerades is characterized by elaborate costumes and vibrant displays. They are full of energy, and the dancers' methods are quick, fast, as they display their spiritual nature to the delight of the people, forming parts of the rich cultural heritage of Anambra State. The masquerades dance in circles that made it unique with their colorful display. People love watching them as they create fun and entertainment in the community. Igbo Kwenu. All right, it sure has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Anambra State. I know you enjoyed watching the acrobatic display of this masquerades, yes, you know, and of course, wonderful tunes, wonderful music, talking about the instruments, talking about the dance movement, and sure, not leaving out the atmosphere. It's all about culture, it's all about tradition. Till we'll be seen again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Bully, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, Flipside is a very unique show that, beams its searchlight on some topical issues, especially socio-cultural issues. Okay, so we just take any particular issue and try to, beam our searchlight on it and do justice to it. It airs every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's a pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with substance abuse. Now, if you take a look around you, there's one person or the other abusing substance, and this is becoming quite a menace in our society. And until something is done to nip it in the bud, only God knows what the future holds. So we're actually discussing overcoming drug addiction. What exactly is it about substance that, people are so addicted to? That's basically what we're going to be discussing today. And of course, I'm not alone. I've got someone in the house, someone who happens to be very well, grounded in this area. She is a survivor and of course an advocate. So what that means is that she's going to be speaking from a first-person perspective, and of course, giving us some insight on how to deal with drug addiction. By the way, she goes by the name of Osahon Igariba. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
You look gorgeous. All right, so let's get started, okay? Substance abuse. Nowadays it's hard to tell what's substance and what's not. So how would you define substance? Because some persons will tell you that alcohol is substance. What's your take on that?
For me, I know about drug addiction
Okay.
for the substance.
But do you also agree that alcohol could be substance as well?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course it is. I see drug addiction, substance, as, I call it the demonic substance. For me, it's demonic.
Demonic. Okay. So you think it's a more serious substance than?
Yes.
Okay, so let's examine some of the topical points here. What are the early warning signs that someone is developing a drug addiction?
Okay,
are there any pointers? Are there any signs to,
Yeah, there are. Amongst so many, I'm going to mention a few, like a drastic weight loss.
Okay, so when somebody suddenly starts losing weight.
Yes, insomnia, unexplained habits, funny habits. Withdrawals, you start staying away from friends, you isolate yourself, just jolts. You start jolting.
Okay.
Some people always itch.
Yeah.
As if it's stuffy. And so some anger issues.
Anger issues?
Yeah.
When you say anger issues?
You just get easily
irritated?
Yeah, irritation. I'll say
that's serious. Are there other signs? Is there any such thing as, let's say, being moody?
Yes, mood swings.
Okay,
I said
mood
yes,
swings.
amongst many.
Getting withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay.
You move away from the crowd, you abandon your friends, because you don't feel like you belong anywhere. Yes, exactly. So you feel body shamed, people are going to ask you questions, and you're always needy. You're always hasty. And so much, a lot of it.
Okay, so let's take a look at some other parts of this conversation. How can peer pressure, because I believe peer pressure is one often overlooked factor that's responsible for peer pressure. But how do you think peer pressure contributes to drug abuse among teenagers and of course young adults?
Well, for peer pressure, I think it's an individual thing, because you feel it's caused by lack of contentment, where you compare yourself, you think you're not good enough, you need people to validate you, and it's mostly when you're not self-aware. You don't know yourself, so you're not satisfied. You want more. Greed, you want to be everyone's favorite. You want to be the pick-me. You want to belong. Yes, you want to belong. So you feel you want to do what others are doing and make money, or just it depends on the sector, where you, it may be drugs, maybe for making money, doing crimes or anything. So it's when you're not self-aware or the contentment.
So I guess it's safe to say it's unhealthy. It's born out of unhealthy competition.
Yes, and greed.
Greed. I would like you to throw more light on the greed part. When you say it's as a result of greed, does it mean you want
to be everywhere?
Okay, and you want to have much more than you think?
Yes, you want to do not just having anything, but you just want to be everywhere. You want to do what everyone is doing. Yeah.
All right. This is quite a lot, and I'm sure it's going to take some persons a lot to process. But let's examine this one. What role does family background play in the survival of relapse of a recovering addict? Do you think family members have a role to play in helping an addict, first, get free, like break free from drug addiction, and of course, speed up the recovery process?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
In recovering, especially when they're recovering, let me take that first. You put them back in this sense of belonging. You validate them. You give them the relevance. That they're part of the family, letting them in into the know-how of what's going on in the family. What they say should count. Everyone wants to be heard, seen, noticed. So it's good, to, invite them in and then be patient with the process. Patience is another key.
Why? How so?
Yes, because it takes time, because they have to heal. From where they're coming, don't start comparing them. See what your mates are doing. Okay. See, you want to fast track the healing process. So you have to be patient with people. And then you have to be emotionally mature, to understand that they're acting the way they act. So you don't just, from your own place of, where you're wounded,
Okay.
it's just good you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I do.
You understand where they're acting from.
Okay, now you are a survivor, okay, and I'm sure you had your own fair share of the struggle we're talking about. So do you care, to give us a glimpse into what your own personal experience was like, with the fight against addiction and all of that?
For me, I used the hard way. Accountability. I gave my life to Christ. And he helped me a lot because the Holy Spirit helped me, and one of the fruits he gave me is self-control. He just separated me from the crowd, the drinking, the smoking, and then it helped me, and then accountability.
What would you say pushed you into substance abuse in the first place? Because a lot of persons have their own personal stories to tell. For you, it's probably different from that other, from somebody else's own, right? For someone else, it could just be that, okay, they felt inadequate at some point in their lives, or they felt rejected by their family members. They didn't feel like they belonged in in their circles, okay? So they thought drug addiction or substance abuse was an escape from their reality. So for you, what would you say prompted you, or should I say drove you into substance abuse?
Trauma. The same for everybody.
Trauma, okay.
Trauma.
You care to share what, caused the trauma?
Not really. Oh, maybe. Nothing just worked. Heartbreaks, so many betrayals, and when it's a collection of
an accumulation of issues. Okay.
Yes, like so it could be a past events, or maybe you experienced an accident happen, a loss of a loved one. Not everybody knows how to handle pain. So it just could be anything. So mine was a collection of so many traumas, heartbreaks, nothing happening, betrayals, failures, so many.
Okay. You just said that for some people it's the struggle to deal with certain realities of the moment, right?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that substance abuse is a true or formidable escape from such realities?
That's what it is. Like I call it a demonic substance because there's a spirit behind it. And there's something about that spirit of addiction, drug addiction.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality or to process. You can process other people's lives, but when it's time to process your own life, it tells you, are you sure you can do this? It just brings 3 or 4 hurtful events and you're like, no, not today. not today. So the major thing it does is just one thing, one job. It has just one job, to distract you of your life's purpose. I mean, completely ruin you. That's what it does. So it's an escape on its own.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality. Yeah.
Okay, but is it a formidable escape? In the long run, does it pay off?
Yeah, for the moment.
For the moment?
Yeah.
Until reality finally sets in.
Exactly. And unfortunately, most of them cannot survive reality.
Most of them cannot survive reality. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independence Television, and we're having a very interesting conversation today, something that has to do with overcoming drug addiction. And I've got in the house with me Osahon Igariwa, who happens to be a survivor and an advocate. So now she's preaching against substance abuse. Well, we have to go on this very important break, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independence Television, and we're discussing overcoming drug addiction. I still have with me in the house Osahon Igariwa. All right, hope you're having fun. Sure. All right, let's up the ante a bit. How does stigma affect a person trying to recover from drug addiction?
Oh my God, that's the major.
Okay.
You see, unlike HIV and AIDS that used to, have a stigma problem, it's worse.
You think the stigma that goes with drug addiction is worse than that of HIV?
Yes, because right now there are preventive measures. You can have a healthy partner, healthy babies, and a very healthy long life. But with addiction, it's terrible. Nobody wants to affiliate with you. Nobody wants to deal with you. You come to people and they start hiding their phones and properties. It's terrible. Nobody wants to have anything to do with you. And if they're seen with you, they just tag you along with that person. Or they even say you're crazy, out of your mind, or anything. So it's terrible.
All right. By your assessment, what would you say is the highest level of damage that substance abuse could do to a person?
Losing yourself.
Okay, by losing yourself, you mean losing your identity?
Your identity, everything stripped out. Stripped off. Family, love life, nothing, business, no trust from anywhere. Nobody takes you seriously. In fact, they even they hope that you will relapse someday, so you can't just deal. Even when you try to be the best version of yourself, you're still hoping, I hope you won't relapse. So it's not a final thing to say, okay, you're cured from this thing completely. You just have that thing, behind the minds that you might relapse someday. So it's still a 50-50 thing, dealing with you.
It's terrible. Could it ultimately lead to a mental disorder?
For some people. Yeah.
Okay, and of course I've heard some person say that substance abuse kills.
Overdose
of it.
Yeah, you can die in any way. You can do crimes, you can get hit by a vehicle when you're high, anything can happen. So
okay, what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction? Okay, because apart from rehabilitation, I really don't know what goes on in rehabilitation homes, okay? I don't know if victims, or should I say addicts, are offered medication or anything of the sort, but, how do you think, or what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction?
Okay, so for me, I've never been in any drug rehabilitation center before. I told you. I got saved by...
Yours was more or less supernatural.
Supernatural and divine. I use the word divine.
Okay.
And I've had moments where I was in that community, and then people came straight from being discharged right back there in, after flushing their systems, giving them injections or, things to make them sleep. So at the time, I just thought these people just chill out for some time, you know, to get fattened up and then rest and then continue it again. And immediately they leave that facility, from what we all know, the smell comes to you again. So that's why I said it's demonic. It's actually a supernatural thing.
So is the smell some sort of trigger?
It just finds you.
Okay. So I'm asking if it triggers it. Does it bring it back somehow?
Of course. The smell, you know, just when you're out of that place and come out to reality, you know, the first place you want to visit is that place, you know, to take it again. For mostly, you know, I can't speak for everybody, so I've experienced it there. So for the treatment, for me, what worked for me, I told you, I gave my life to Christ. I took accountability. I became the mirror. I came on air, not air, in the internet, to tell people I was on drugs, that Jesus saved me. I gave my life to Christ, and then I built my mental capacity, you know, read books, you know, to help me, you know, and it's good, and it helped so far.
I'm actually glad you made mention of, you know, your religious beliefs helping you. Now, I would like you to throw more light on that. How can strong religious or spiritual beliefs help someone survive addiction? Like, from your own personal experience, what would you say your journey was like? Because I'm sure before you had that encounter, you were probably an unbeliever. You know, you had no prior experience with being, you know, being delivered from anything of that sort, right? So tell me, how was it for you? Like, you care to give us?
Morally, it helps you, and that's the major. Like we talked about, like I talked about it earlier, it separates you. You can't be in Christ and be in these places. You know, for people who think they have the strong will to do it, they can say, okay, fine, they have the will, they can do it, but they just sustain themselves on cigarette and then marijuana, you know, to keep them high, give them a certain type of highness. But it will not work eventually. So you think
that's a temporary or palliative measure?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense. You eventually go back to these things because a time will come where you have the triggers, and then you need something higher than marijuana. So you can't survive on that. Yes, so yes, that's where the supernatural power comes in. The Holy Spirit has to help you, because the Holy Spirit is in everybody. You know, sometimes you have this nudge within yourself when you're with, not just in a bad community of smokers and drinkers, but you can be at a wedding grounds, you can be anywhere, and then there's this nudge, this feeling that tells you, you know, you're not supposed to be here. These are not your people. You won't be comfortable. So it tells you when you're getting there, no, leave this place, don't do this thing. You know, like it disciplines you. You know, that's what the Holy Spirit does, and everybody experiences it. So it's you surrendering yourself to God to at least do everything for you, knowing that you're not capable enough.
Okay, so how important is mental health support in addiction recovery? There's really no gainsaying that this plays a huge role or affects, you know, one's mental health in unimaginable ways, right? In what ways do you think mental health support helps in the fight against addiction?
You just have to build yourself. Like I said, my mental capacity, I had to build it. How? You see, when you're self-aware, it defeats the illusions of shame and guilt and fear and everything that comes with addiction. You know, fear tells you, can I make it again? You know, shame tells you, what do people say about me?
Doubts.
And then the regrets, doubts, thank you. So when you're self-aware, you know who you are and whose you are. You don't care what anybody says. So you build your mental capacity and love yourself. Pick yourself up, choose yourself, put yourself first. I think that's the only way.
It's actually quite interesting that you made mention of self-love, because I think that's one thing that a lot of we don't preach enough in this part of the world.
Because when you love yourself, you're aware of yourself, you won't need validation.
So
you won't feel intimidated, you won't feel like you don't belong, you know, and that's what takes you there.
Okay, but are you by any means suggesting that people who take to substance abuse lack self-love?
Of course. Everyone, all of them. You think they feel they are, you know, strong mentally, but they're actually very weak when it comes to, because it's an escape from traumas and everything. So they have to build their mental capacity, and you know, healing from traumas is not you avoiding them. That's what makes you weak. It's about sitting with it. You know, absorbing it, feel every bit of it, and then see the positivity in it, so you can grow from there.
All right, if you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing overcoming substance abuse. We have to go on another very important break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osahon Igariwa is still right here with me. Okay, now Osahon, here's a quick one. How important is mental? Okay, I think we've already examined that. What role does government policy play in helping addicts recover? First off, do you think the government is doing enough in creating the enabling environment, you know, that will help addicts break free from addiction?
Well, if you ask me, I think they're trying their best, but they're not doing enough.
Okay.
Because they have to create, I don't really know of anyone in Edo State, Benin precisely, of any free treatment or facility, you know, addicts can go to for treatment. So, but they're supposed to invent, you know, things like this in ways they can help addicts, and then train individuals, you know, to get certifications in drug addiction, to be coaches. Okay. Drug addiction recovery coaches, you know, so they can do a follow-up on these people. You don't just discharge them and let them go. To who? You know, you have to call them, you know, follow up on their lives. I mean, that's the best way.
Talking about coaches, do you think we have enough coaches and mentors to go around, given the growing population of drug addicts, or should I say?
It's a pandemic now, actually.
Yeah, so do you think we have enough mentors? Because it takes a mentor sometimes, you know, to help, you know, should I say, walk you out of it, right? So do you think society has enough mentors and coaches?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. And another thing, I don't think people seek for help like that. They just want to go to rehabilitation. I think they should be coaches, because I'm a coach to one of the rehabilitation centers, just one for now, and I think they should be coaches.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't think we have enough just yet.
I don't think we have enough.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the coping strategies. What strategies do you think addicts can employ, you know, to overcome these menace of, you know, substance abuse, apart from some of the things that you've mentioned so far? What strategies do you think they could possibly, you know, apply?
First of all, what I noticed in that community, I'm sorry to say, but addicts are the smartest people I know.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
Yes, they're the smartest people I know, because they have, like I always say, they have a very great past, a terrible present, and a very bright future. And these people mostly are creatives. They're creators. Yes, they're very talented people.
Okay.
Very talented people.
But you think they are putting their talents to the wrong use?
Yes, there's no help per se. What was the question again?
Yes. What coping strategies do you think sufferers, addicts, you know, can employ in breaking out?
Yes, so they need to, you know, learn, I think, professional courses. Funny enough, leadership, learning personal development, and building their skills. Very, very important. You learn time management, you know, and ways to build themselves. Funny how, but that's the solution.
Wow.
That's the solution.
Okay, let's take a look at the roles of schools. How can schools help prevent drug addiction among students? Because most of these addiction situations begin in schools. And just like we established earlier, some people became addicts just by influence from, you know, should I say peers, right? So what do you think schools can do to help prevent drug addiction among students?
Creating awareness. Going to schools, you know, talking to
Do you think
people.
there should be rehabilitation centers in schools?
Rehabilitation centers in schools, or there should be counselors to people to counsel them, maybe
professional
therapists, therapists, you know, to know their pain, because they just go to school and back. I don't know if they have those available, you know, to know how a child is coping, what's happening at home. It's from childhood these traumas, you know, begin. So they should really look into the children, their behaviors. Yeah.
All right. What are the long-term physical and psychological effects of drug abuse? I really don't know if there are much physical effects, but I think drug abuse, or should I say substance abuse generally, is more of a psychological thing. So,
yeah, it's a psychological thing.
Okay, so would you want to talk about that?
For me, it's just trust issues. I have trust issues because that community, it's... talking about the physical aspect to this, do you think drug, or should I say substance abusers, look pale at any point? Do they look pale? Do they look of course,
worn out?
Of course.
Is there any alteration in their appearances, physical appearances?
But when they lack sleep, they don't take good care of themselves, you don't eat well. For days you don't eat, you don't sleep. You know, sometimes you take medications to boost the immune systems, or even blood per se. So maybe that's the physical. Yeah. So for me, the psychological effect, which is trust issues. Yeah, because coming from that environment, you know, you deal with all sorts of betrayals every day. They can literally sell you to take anything.
Wow.
Yeah, so
how does substance abuse or drug addiction affect diet?
Your diet?
Yes. Let's say someone who used to eat a lot suddenly starts cutting down on their diet as a result of, you know, substance abuse.
It causes it. That's what causes it. It's a drastic weight loss.
Okay. So you think they take to drugs rather than food?
Of course.
So what satisfaction could they possibly derive from, you know, substance abuse that they can't get from food? Pardon me that I'm asking these questions because I really can't understand.
Well, food, what's food compared to, I mean, if I ask anyone, they say, what's your highest satisfaction and what do you really enjoy? Most people say, sex. But it's way
beyond that.
Beyond sex. It's not what you can, what's food compared to.
Wow. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so can social media influence affect drug culture positively or negatively?
Oh yes, it does, especially when your influencers take it, you know, musicians and people around, you know. Most people smoke while they're, you know, filming or doing their content, so they want to be like others. So it happens, it influences people. So
you're saying that if an influencer is involved in substance abuse, for instance, it will invariably rub off on whoever it is that looks up to them?
Yeah, that's weed.
Okay.
Marijuana. So nobody takes a substance. But sometimes they sing about it and then...
Okay, so they normalize it.
They normalize it, yeah, but who knows?
Okay, how can communities create supportive environments for recovering addicts?
By being that accountability partner.
Okay.
Carrying them along, holding them accountable.
When you say holding them accountable, I hope that doesn't mean judging them.
No, not at all.
Because there might be a thin line between holding people accountable and, you know, rubbing their realities in their faces.
No, it's like a reminder. Remember who you are.
Okay.
Remember you said you're going to do this. Have you done this?
Okay.
Have you studied on, have you done, you know, everything you say you will do.
Okay.
You know, those promises you made, like a reminder.
The pledges
you've
made.
Yes, exactly. So it's just like a reminder to carry you along.
Okay, now, what is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? I know you touched on it much earlier, right? But I would like you to elaborate. What is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? Is there any
they go hand
correlation?
In hand.
Okay.
They go hand in hand. Traumas, we all know it could be for those who were raped, for women who were raped, or a loss of a loved one, you know, that flashbacks.
Okay.
They used to having flashbacks of those things and then go to taking the substance to numb that thing, or just so you don't process, like I told you. You don't have the time to process that pain.
Okay.
Yes, so it does. And while I said that, you see, in that community, for young girls, young women, I mean, who got pregnant along the line, who got pregnant without knowing whose. You know, for some time they give birth. With time, they beg. They use those babies to make money, beg people, you know, for money, and then after they sell those babies. You see, it's terrible, because I doubt, but by the grace of God, if those people can actually heal from those traumas, they'll rather keep taking the substance to numb that pain. Because for me, when I got out of that situation, as I having regrets of the properties I sold, and now that I am sober and facing reality, you know, so you can imagine if, God forbid, that I sold my baby. So right now I'll be like, where's my baby? You know, knowing that I smoked the baby.
Whoa.
So it's so it's terrible. Some people can't even handle the healing, so they'll rather be there, you know, to numb the pain and smoke more, you know, to kill the traumas they create, you know, as time goes on in that community. So it worsens.
All right, the program is still Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at recovering or overcoming substance abuse. We shall be going on another break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. We're still discussing substance abuse, overcoming substance abuse, and Osahon Wikareva is still right here in the house with me. Now, what are the biggest challenges faced during withdrawal and recovery, Osahon? When you are trying to withdraw from substance abuse and you're trying to recover from it, what do you think are the biggest challenges that, you know, addicts face?
I don't know about others. For me, it could be for people, it can be shame, but mine is regret. I just mentioned it now. I lost everything. You know, monies I wasted, opportunities I wasted. You know, it dawned on me. So I tried to even heal from my own mistakes, healing from me, from my own mistakes, from the regrets. So that's it, regrets for me.
Regrets? Okay, so while you were trying to heal, or while you were trying to overcome, you know, you regretted what you did while you were still
the relationships I had with people, in favorable relationships, and the decisions I made. You know, I let my guard down, you know, and the things I ventured into, not crime per se, but other things that I'm not proud of. So, and then relationships I lost in the process, so I regret.
Would you say you've recovered some of those relationships so far?
With time, you know, trust. It takes time to build. They're watching. They're watching. You know, some forgave immediately and some just permanently blocked me. So
that's pretty much understandable.
You know, severe disappointment.
Okay, let's you know, take a look at this particular one. How can relapse be prevented after rehabilitation? You will agree with me that recovery is a very hectic process, and in some cases there is a relapse. Someone who's trying to break free, you know, probably just goes right back into it, and at that point it becomes really hard to, you know, totally break free. So how do you think, you know, relapse can be prevented after rehabilitation? After you've rehabilitated someone, you have you know, helped them overcome, how do you prevent them from going back?
You see, for my own case, then there was a time I relapsed.
Really?
The very first time I had to relocate. I thought maybe, you know, leaving that environment, all the friends, so I just start anew. So I left my former base and then rented the apartment out, sold everything, and then just brought my clothes in my vehicle, and then relocated back to Benin. I came here.
Did that help?
Somehow I'm still we're getting there. So I sold all my properties and then started anew here.
Okay.
I registered my vehicle, started driving Uber, but Bolt, you know, it's like Uber, in case people don't know about Bolt. I woke up in the morning, 5:30, wash my car, you know, just that. So no friends, I want to be alone, I want to just start afresh.
So
and it worked for the first 3 months.
You isolated yourself?
Exactly. And it worked.
But were you still in touch with friends and family members?
No. I was with my family now.
Your family, okay.
Yes, so I started the new me, new life.
Did friends try reaching out to you?
I changed my number.
Your number, wow.
I changed my contact. So I thought that was the only way because I was doing it in my own strength. But here's why I say it's a demonic substance. It finds you. It helped me 50% or even let's say 30 or 35%. I was doing my best, saving up money. You know, it just took one order. A rider or a client ordered my vehicle from somewhere around the borough, this vicinity, and took me to that place to get it. Well, no, when he entered my car initially, he was sweaty. I said the AC is on, it's working. Then he said, put down all the windows. I did that, and all of a sudden he was just looking everywhere, restless, you know, and then he just turned, and then the breath, I perceived it, and I was like, Jesus, like Jesus. But just to be very honest, I said in the same words, I was like, Orema, like they've come. They
found you. Okay.
They found me. So in my head, I was like, look, okay, I'll just drop this guy off and that's it. I knew what he was up to. I didn't know he was even taking me to the spot. And he told me, look, when you get there, don't worry, I'm going to collect something from my friend's place, my cousin's place. She just wants to give me something. So just reverse, you know, face this direction, and please don't put off your engine. Just be at it, just wait.
Okay.
I already knew. And the way he entered, the people
and it was
going
too late
in there,
to discharge him.
And it was too late. He hasn't even paid me, and it was a return trip. I'm supposed to take him back. You know, he promised heaven and earth. He's going to tip me. He's going to do just. So I was upset. But I didn't show it. I was just telling God, what is this? What is this? So I dropped him off, you know, started, you know, continued with my life. So it just took another trigger again. That trigger, with that trigger, I took my own self to that place. And
something you have been trying to
exactly. You see, in a strange place where you don't have friends, somehow it finds you. That's why I said you have to do it to the Holy Spirit. You know, God has to be in it. He has to help you. So he took me. I took myself there, and the rest is history. In fact, that's where I eventually got my own, where God saved me from, and then taught me everything I know now.
Okay.
In that community.
All right, that was a very brilliant and touching story, I must say.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that rehabilitation centers are accessible and affordable to everyone?
I think so, but it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive, and that's why the government needs to come in.
To subsidize it and make it
yes, exactly, and make it free.
Okay.
Even possible, and it's not just taking those treatments. What next? You know, after that, you have to keep their mind busy. They learn skills, you know, things to improve them mentally.
Okay.
Not just taking medications and then sleep, flush your systems, and when they leave there, you know, they go back to the vices. So, you should make it affordable. But for now, I don't think, because I don't think it's cheap.
Okay. How can recovered addicts inspire others battling with addiction? I guess that's pretty much what you are doing right now.
I'm doing now.
Yeah, but in what ways are you inspiring people, you know, out there beyond, you know, granting an interview like this on TV? In what other ways do you think others are learning from you?
Okay, I'm trying to put an awareness out there that,
do
especially
you run
the
an
stigma.
NGO?
No, I'm planning
on doing that. Okay.
Doing that.
Okay. So go on.
So I'm trying to create an awareness. I'm creating an awareness rather that to remove that stigma. It's everywhere. I want people to be able to talk about it. Yeah, I was on drugs. I was addicted. Yeah, there won't be anything.
Now,
That's
which,
what
which
it's
brings
supposed
me
to be.
which brings me to the next question. Why do you think people find it hard to share their stories, just like you are
Shame.
doing right now?
They won't grant me jobs. I won't find the right partner because they're going. Everybody will think I will relapse. People will think I'm a criminal, that I can steal, I can do this or that, because you can just switch any moment.
At
You
any
can just be with that person, and the next thing, that's the same thing causing it.
Okay.
Where people do not trust you, now they now want you to dwell in it. But people have to trust you again and bring you in to have that sense of responsibility and then relevance that you can actually contribute and do something, not when you say, because it's very bad. When you don't make any sense, they say, okay, yeah, it's that. And when you make sense, people are going to be like, wow, you had a good hit today. Good stuff. So you say it's terrible. You don't even know
So
what to...
either way...
Yes, either way you're useless.
You're still...
Do you guess? It's terrible.
It's
so
sickening.
people should come out, and be like this, like, okay, just like you had malaria, come out and say it. I was addicted. It shouldn't be anything, because it's a pandemic.
It is.
It's even reducing now.
I think
But
it's
for 12 years.
Is it reducing? Because I think
it is.
If you're quite active on social media, you must have seen that a lot of young people of this age are given to all sorts of new substance, from colos to
terrible.
You get, to what's the other one called, methamphetamine or something of that nature. Just they go by different name. Exactly, and all of these are a lot of them are new. I don't know, maybe not so new.
Not so new.
But they are really popular now. Do you understand?
Yes.
And most of these young people depend on them, to keep sane. So, how do you think these young people deal with all of this?
It's terrible. I'll just advise, because there's something about this thing I noticed, this demonic substance. It's actually demonic.
Okay.
There is something it does. It concentrates on you, the individual. It's like a feminine demon. It's just like a god. That's why God is against it. Serve no other person but me. He wants your attention. I'm going to give you the money. You'll spend everything you make buying me. Do whatever it takes, crime, whatever it is, bring it back to me. Stay away from friends, family, even your children, your life. Surrender it to me. And there's one funny thing it does. It concentrates on you to ruin you, but nobody should mock you.
Wow.
Or it goes to that person. I noticed, because in that place where people around mocked addicts, somehow their own kids snuck in to get some things out. So it's everywhere, funny enough. If it's not your immediate family, there's one distant uncle somewhere. So it's a pandemic. It affects everybody. Like, everyone has that one person in your family doing this thing. So it's terrible. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Do you think drug addiction could be hereditary?
If it's what you grew up seeing.
Okay.
Yes, it's even a type of trauma. Witnessing things and violence.
Like when a child grows up in a home where substances are abused constantly.
Yes, it's very possible, because it's everywhere. Sometimes kids can even put the sponge from your stems in their mouth, and it's what they're used to. You send them to buy cigarettes. They know how to do these things, so it's nothing new with them. So they just start it.
Okay, but you don't think it's something that can be passed through genetics, so to speak?
Traumas.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an extension. Your parent dealing with trauma, numbing the pain, and then transferring that trauma to the child, and then numbing it, and then your kids seeing you doing the same thing. Excuse me.
All right, it's still Flipside on Independence Television. We're discussing overcoming substance abuse. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osaho Igariva is still right here with me, and we're examining the need to overcome substance abuse. Now, these are the final questions Okay, and this is actually the final lap of the program. Should former addicts, or what can be done to embolden former addicts, to share their stories and of course to inspire other addicts, to break free from drug addiction?
I'll advise they become the mirror, an advocate, like what I'm doing. Everybody's shying away from it because you don't want to be judged or seen differently.
You think that's the reason they don't come out to share their stories?
I think so. Because they think maybe some positions will be held back, from them, or, some advantages, or, how people view you in the society, because of relapse. People don't just, take you seriously. So they want to be seen in a certain image. So I want to create that awareness, like, it's nothing. It's actually everywhere. It's everywhere.
Okay.
I'm continuing from what I was saying. Parents, please, because don't mock. Okay. Don't mock anybody taking this thing. Like I said, the demon, if you mock it, it comes to you somehow. Wow. I mean, spiritually, so don't mock. You see anyone going through this, just say a silent prayer for them. Say a prayer. And you don't know who your kids are with. So they're coming for the Easter holiday. Easter just passed, or when? When is Easter?
No, still.
Any holidays at all, just surprise them.
Okay.
Follow them to the bathroom. Pee in this thing, and let's go and do that test. You'll be shocked what you'll see in there. Run a test.
Okay.
You don't know what these kids are up to. They started, popping pills, taking one or two things. So it will help so that embarrassing situation doesn't come to your home.
All right, let's take a look at the trust issues that you raised a moment ago. How do you think, should I say addicts now, or those that have finally overcome, how do you think they can eventually gain the trust of their loved ones, the people around them? Because you made mention of the fact that it takes a lot for everyone around you to begin to trust you again, right? So what do you think addicts can do to earn the trust of people around them?
For me, I am self-aware.
Okay.
When you're self-aware, you don't really care what anyone thinks. The thing is, just be the better version of yourself. Anyone can have any, opinions about you. So they'll see it eventually. Time does tell. So concentrate on you. Build yourself again, and the right people will come, the right connections will come. You can have new connections again, new friends again, you build a new life and people start trusting you again. You don't force it. You don't force connections. You don't force it. Just concentrate on building yourself. Be aware. Be self-aware that you are more, that you are able. You did it before, you do it again, because you've obviously had a very good past. To tell yourself you are meant for more. You could do it again.
All right, be self-aware and believe that you've done it before and you can do it again. Yeah. Now, what's your final word for young people out there who are still neck deep into, substance abuse, and they don't even, it doesn't seem like there is hope for them? So what's your advice for such people, or people around them who have probably given up on them?
What I just said. Self-awareness. Most people don't have it, because in a world where everyone wants to wear masks, they need validation. You need people to applaud you. Just believe in yourself. You don't need validation from anyone. For me, I don't even care if any family member or anybody wants to root for me. I believe in my path and I'm following it, because I really don't have the support from family or any system, because they've all given up.
Okay.
So I'll advise you, while you still have people, the youth out there, while you still have people who believe in you,
okay,
who still root for you, who still show you love, please believe in yourself and stop. And if you were thinking of starting, don't even start.
Don't start. It's better not to start.
It's a journey you do not come back from. Nobody tells you, okay, just test it to see. No, that testing that's it. Just won't pull you out.
Whoa.
So don't even think of it. The Colorado, the Canadian Loud, or even cigarette. Look, there is nothing in there. Love yourself. Validate yourself. Tell yourself you're more. Your time will come. You're not late on anything. The rush and everything. I'm 40 and I'm starting my life again at 40. I lost
everything.
a couple of a decade and some years of my life. I literally lost everything, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful to God that at least I am not where I used to be. It is more than enough.
Okay. Now, there's really no doubt that yours is quite an inspiring story.
Of
and I'm
course.
sure there are loads of people out there who are learning a thing or two from what you've said so far. Now, I would like to speak to family members that have written off or that have passed a vote of no confidence on, certain of their members, right? For instance, this is a stigma. It's a problem that most families don't want to associate with. And once this is discovered in some families, they just write you off completely. So what's your advice for families who have written off, one of their own as a result of drug addiction?
Please, don't blame them. I'll give you an instance. You see, while I was in that place, I just got there, one of the times I visited, and I saw this man. He's an evangelist. I can't mention names.
Okay.
He's elderly.
Okay.
So apparently at that time, his wife was hospitalized. So he was actually going to buy food when an alert entered his phone.
Okay.
And he told himself, maybe, I don't know who maybe they reach out to people to help them out. And then he said, he told himself he was just going to do 30 minutes in, out, maybe use part of the money. And as at the time I saw him, he was complaining. He had already switched his phone off because calls were coming in. The food he didn't get, nothing, he was just there. And that was the 5th hour. He was there sitting and still smoking. So people just tag them, oh, irresponsible, they've given up, things like this, and irresponsible, but it's not their fault. They don't even know what they're doing. There was a time in my life I had an appointment, I was going there, and an alert came. Okay. The first thing you see money, it's a demonic thing because it's not normal. It's not a normal thing.
But that's really worrisome because imagine, getting an alert
immediately
and the first thing that comes to your mind is
appointment and then went back home, called the dealer, came to meet me, and then I was crying doing it. And the Holy Spirit minister, he said, this thing you're doing, you will regret it. And they were calling me, where are you? I just switched off my phone. You see, those abnormal behaviors, they'll think you're crazy. Like this person said you're on your way and you're not coming again. Those things, they're actually normal, but they cannot control it.
I see why
it's beyond their control.
I see why you said it's a spiritual thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
All right, thank you so much, Osahon Igariwa, for your very, very interesting and insightful expose. I'm sure, just like they say, word is enough for the wise. So there are so many persons out there right now, probably watching you and taking notes. I'm hoping that this has touched them positively in one way or the other. Well, the program has been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at overcoming substance abuse. Well, just like Osahon has said, it's better not to start at all than to start looking for a way to break free.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing good about substance abuse, absolutely nothing. Okay, so if you are thinking of going into, drug abuse or whatever it is, just know that you are embarking on a journey of no return. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, Age Group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, Age Group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
Hold on.